Chapter 979. What's going on? Where did graceful chaotic dual stage go? Fan Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Yitian Mountain, wanting to take this immortal goo house in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no graceful chaotic dual stage, and even that rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for graceful chaotic dual stage's appearance? Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here? Fan Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, graceful chaotic dual stage's appearance was because of Bai Ningbing. The latter had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this mysterious immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Fan Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any traces of graceful chaotic dual stage. If graceful chaotic dual stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Fan Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful chaotic dual stage could not be taken away. Fan Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Yitian Mountain for a long distance, Fan Yuan cautiously activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura was overflowing, a jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Fan Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant goo formation in Northern Plains Trench. This giant goo formation was a space path goo formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time, he directly appeared at the center of the goo formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Fan Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank, they were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Dao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloud flower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Fan Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Fan Yuan once again found those compound goo formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Fan Yuan left the goo formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fan Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Fan Yuan took one last look and sighed in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fan Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme and arriving at Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Iksha octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the goo formation before entering this hidden space. But in this life, because of his rebirth, he went straight to the main point. His gains were huge, but he spent very little time and effort. The entire process was easy. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fan Yuan left this place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His refinement of change form immortal goo failed. Not only did he lose the success Dao marks, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were also destroyed. Earlier, in order to prepare for this refinement of change form immortal goo, it could be said that he had emptied his entire fortune to prepare one set of immortal materials. After rebirth, he could be said to be penniless. Now that he had this rare immortal material, it could be said to be timely assistance. This immortal material was extremely valuable. If used properly, it would no doubt be reserved for when Fan Yuan needed to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. But that would take too long. Fan Yuan's current cultivation level was still at the bottom of rank 6, it would be a long time before he could advance to rank 8. Fan Yuan had thought about it thoroughly, he had already thought of how to use these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, when Fan Yuan threw several immortal materials into jewel yellow skies, it immediately caused a commotion among the goo immortals. Even in jewel yellow skies, these immortal materials were rare, they were very popular. Fan Yuan easily exchanged for many of the things he wanted. He fed all of his immortal goo, except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Looking at the immortal goo in Fan Yuan's hands. Strength path, self-strength immortal goo, pulling mountain immortal goo, pulling water immortal goo, iron crown eagle strength immortal goo, eat strength immortal goo. Star path, star shoot immortal goo, star mark immortal goo, star light immortal goo. Luck path, connect luck immortal goo, time luck immortal goo, calamity beckoning immortal goo. Other than that, there was his first vital immortal goo, spring autumn cicada, the extremely useful space path immortal goo, fixed immortal travel, the not very useful poison path immortal goo, woman's heart, soul path immortal goo, cleanse soul, wisdom path immortal goo, unravel mystery. In his previous life, at this time, Fan Yuan already had change form immortal goo. But after rebirth, change form immortal goo's refinement failed, it no longer existed. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Fan Yuan could not refine it, it could only stay in Hu immortal blessed land for the time being. Thus, whether it was considered Fan Yuan's immortal goo was a matter of debate. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo, they did not have any immortal goo. Fan Yuan already had 16 immortal goo, and this was not counting wisdom goo. Thus, the burden of feeding immortal goo was extremely heavy, it had always been on Fan Yuan's mind. This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal goo, Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit, where is the land spirit? In the secret room, Fan Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit little Hu immortal smiled happily, she suddenly appeared and hugged Fan Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As little fox immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white foxtail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although Master has become ugly. Fan Yuan smiled, rubbing little Hu immortal's head, instructing her. Go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest, from today onwards, they will all refine air sac goo. Yes, Master. Little Hu immortal immediately agreed. Go now. All right, Master. Little Hu immortal looked at Fan Yuan reluctantly, before disappearing. Fan Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Hu immortal blessed land. When he appeared again, he was already in Langya blessed land. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had not changed its nature, it was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. Why are you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it. The land spirit of Langya saw Fan Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Fan Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Langya had already fallen to a freezing point. Fan Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit of Langya's conditions were very harsh, it required Fan Yuan to get it an immortal material. And this immortal material was produced in the ancient 9 heavens, it was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Langya would not have asked Fan Yuan to do it. Of course I got it, what do you think this is? Fan Yuan laughed heartily, he did not mind the land spirit of Langya's cold attitude. You actually got it? The land spirit of Langya saw the immortal material in Fan Yuan's hands and its expression immediately relaxed, its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Fan Yuan. Indeed, this immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Fan Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, After Fan Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Fan Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Langia, saying, I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and a vast number of star thought goo. Fan Yuan already knew, Langia blessed land was very special. Its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Langia was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron into the entire blessed land. Here, countless hairy men lived, their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Langia blessed land. Below this floating continent, there were 3 real continents. Large numbers of hairy men lived on them. They mainly refined goo and selected talents. They lived in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Langia to refine exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and star thought goo. For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you. The land spirit of Langia agreed before saying, But next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests. His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Fan Yuan nodded. He did not continue the conversation. He activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as the strength path version of Nirvana Fire. He could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Fan Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person, he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was, Fan Yuan did not have enough lifespan. He could not use the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan asked the land spirit of Langia to help him refine exert effort goo and disappointment goo. It was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials. The land spirit of Langia was only refining mortal goo. Although the quantity was high, Fan Yuan was still at a loss. But Fan Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Langia. It was just that it was not time yet. Fan Yuan left a small village in Langia blessed land's central continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. As expected, it is still here. Fan Yuan concealed his figure. After inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life, he had obtained information from Mo Yao's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. Chapter 980. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man, called Old Mansion. Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you. The main beam of the house will be this fire date tree. Old Mansion stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates. No matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Mansion, who was not even a Gu master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Fan Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old. Only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people, becoming nourishment. Nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually, they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat, it could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree, without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Fan Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree. And he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. Fan Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Fan Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal goo to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary, but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems. We also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Fan Yuan sent 2 streams of will into the minds of Old Chen and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it. Sigh. All right. Old Man Chen's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of the new house. After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Fan Yuan set up a goo formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Fan Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal goo. This would take a lot of time. The goo materials of dream path mortal goo were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal goo, I helped Tai Bai Yinxing pass his tribulation, and then the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xing Xiangzi's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demoness came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed Hei Qing and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others to obtain Luo Pa Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time, I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. As long as I become the owner of this Immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fan Yuan failed to take the Immortal Goo House in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fan Yuan's plan was to take the Immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the Immortal Goo House's strength to deal with Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron in Langya Blessed Land to seize their Immortal Goo and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the Immortal Goo House, Fan Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than Hei Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, he lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, Hei Lulan was a formidable person, she was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity, and prepared to enter Hei tribe. Fan Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fan Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario. If Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this Immortal Goo House. The possibility of this was very high. When graceful chaotic duel stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the southern border Gu Immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Etian Mountain personally. This way, Fan Yuan would face huge risks in taking the Immortal Gu house. He would have to face the southern border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. But how could one gain tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Fan Yuan was a vigilant person, but he did not lack an adventurous spirit. The huge benefits had already made him decide to take a risk. He had already been reborn once and had ample experience. If he still did not dare to scheme in this life, then Fan Yuan felt he was simply a coward. Since the Spring Dream Fruit Tree is already protected, I can put it aside for now. I will change my plan. I will first cooperate with He Lulan again. Fan Yuan had self-strength Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely deal with him. If Fan Yuan had the Immortal Gu house in advance, he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demonis. But the situation now was the opposite. If Fan Yuan wanted to take the Immortal Gu house, he would probably have to face the southern border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. At this time, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demonis, and others. Especially Blazing Heaven Demonis. With her rank 8 cultivation level, she could greatly increase the mobility of the Immortal Gu house. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was also at the disadvantage of being alone and without any help. When Shadow Sect attacked, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Shaohun Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul path. And Tai Bai Yunxing was still in Eastern Sea. Of course, this was also because Fan Yuan purposely hid it from He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others, and secretly went to Yitian Mountain. Even if Fan Yuan turned back into a living person, he would only have bottom to rank 6 cultivation level. To become rank 7, he would need to go through 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In total, the Blessed Land would need at least 300 years. This was clearly too late. Of course, he could annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land, but he had a Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Cultivation level was not related to it. Evidently, turning enemies into friends and forming alliances was the most important matter now. Fan Yuan naturally wanted to get rid of He Lulan and the rest, but a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. He needed to compromise most of the time. In this boundless mortal world, everyone needed to compromise. They needed to learn to compromise. No matter how high one's status was, it was the same. Forsaking small gains for the sake of great benefits, this was the expression of maturity. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the previous life, when Fan Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was working outside. Her whereabouts were unknown. Fan Yuan could not make a move. But in this life, at this moment, He Lulan was still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine air sac Gu. When Fan Yuan found He Lulan, she was in a stone nest. She was holding an information path Mortal Gu in her hands. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she read the information from the investigative Gu. After seeing Fan Yuan, He Lulan waved the information path Mortal Gu in her hands, asking, "Have you heard about the matter of Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing?" Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu Immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, the other Gu Immortals in Central Continent do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are all watching the commotion caused by the 10 great ancient sections." Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. "We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten Starform Blessed Land." Fan Yuan looked at He Lulan, sighing internally. This person is truly ambitious. She already had Attitude Gu in her hands, but she did not use it. Not only did she hide it from him, she did not even tell her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. If she wanted to deceive her enemies, she had to start by deceiving her own people. But Fan Yuan was also the same kind of person as her. He clearly had star-formed blessed land, but he concealed it and kept He Lulan in the dark. In his previous life, if he had not met Blazing Heaven Demonis, this secret would not have been exposed. Precisely because Fan Yuan and He Lulan were the same kind of person, Fan Yuan admired He Lulan, but he was also wary of her. If possible, he would want to get rid of her as soon as possible. But fate was so mysterious. In order to obtain the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, Fan Yuan decided to deepen his cooperation with He Lulan. Thus, at the next moment, Fan Yuan took out self-strength immortal Gu and placed it on his palm, handing it to He Lulan. Chapter 981. Self-strength immortal Gu. Fan Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this immortal Gu originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fan Yuan. In the end, this Gu became Fan Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan, and was given to Fan Yuan. This self-strength immortal Gu was very important to He Lulan. Not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path, self-strength immortal Gu was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength immortal Gu was refined by He Lulan's mother, Su Xian'er. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength immortal Gu was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this immortal Gu day and night. She wanted to snatch it back from Fan Yuan. But she resisted this urge. On one hand, Gu worms were hard to snatch. They could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, there was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Fan Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu trade to assist her cultivation. Cooperation was beneficial for both sides, separation was detrimental, thus He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Fan Yuan's possession of self-strength immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person. But now that Fan Yuan handed over self-strength immortal Gu and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Fan Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Fan Yuan's character. Just as Fan Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Fan Yuan. How could Fan Yuan give self-strength immortal Gu to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Fan Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength immortal Gu is quite suitable for me, I feel that this immortal Gu is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's hands. Before focusing her gaze on Fan Yuan's face, she sneered. Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. If I say it directly, I might scare you. He Lulan snorted coldly. Just say it. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. He lowered his voice and said, Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength immortal Gu to exchange for your attitude Gu. What? He Lulan's body shook. A fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. The matter of me obtaining attitude Gu is a secret. How could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth, only I know. He Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret, but Fan Yuan exposed it all of a sudden. She could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Fan Yuan. Silence him. This was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time, Fan Yuan took a step back. This action was simple, but it had a subtle effect on He Luan. He Luan was like a startled beast. Fan Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making He Luan feel safe. He Luan's eyes squinted into a slit, staring fixedly at Fan Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent did not dissipate, but was instead restrained in her chest. It seems you really have the legendary attitude, Gu. Fan Yuan pretended to observe her expression, suddenly realizing and showing a surprised expression. He Luan was stunned, her tone containing anger. You tricked me? Of course not. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master Zishan Makoto? He Luan breathed in deeply, hearing Zishan Makoto's name again. Her heart was filled with wariness. She knew this Zishan Makoto. Fan Yuan was his disciple, Tai Bai Yinxing was also his disciple. Thus, Fan Yuan called Tai Bai Yinxing senior brother. Of course, this was all fake information. Even in the previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness was deceived. Your master told you? He Luan asked. Her killing intent fell to rock bottom. As far as she was concerned, Fan Yuan had a backer behind him. Killing Fan Yuan was hard enough, she could not deal with Zishan Makoto. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had not completely reconciled with Blazing Heaven Demoness yet. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. What do you think? He Luan snorted coldly, thinking rapidly. Zishan Makoto actually knows my secret. He is truly remarkable and unfathomable. Thankfully, we have an alliance agreement with Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan has a good plan. No matter how important self-strength Immortal Gu is, it is only rank 6, how can it be exchanged for my attitude Immortal Gu? Humph! He Luan immediately rejected Fan Yuan's suggestion. I have attitude Immortal Gu, it is rank 8. As long as someone wants it, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary Gu worm recorded in the legends of Rinzu. You actually want to use a mere rank 6 self-strength Immortal Gu to exchange for my attitude Gu. Hee hee, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Fan Yuan pondered for a while before saying. Then what do you want from me to exchange? No! He Luan immediately replied, her attitude firm and resolute. Fan Yuan's expression sank, his whole body emitted a dangerous aura. He Luan, think carefully. I need to remind you, this is my territory, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Luan raised her head and laughed. Ha, so what? Don't forget that we have an alliance agreement. Before the agreement ends, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. He Luan continued. You have your master as your backer, maybe you have already broken the alliance agreement. But do you think I, He Luan, am a coward who fears death? You are underestimating me. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my Gu worms. At the same time, I will destroy all the resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. At the same time, the resources you stored in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I know them all. After we fight, how many resources will be left? After all, Tai Bai Yinxing's landscape as before. It will not restore your resources. Fan Yuan laughed involuntarily. In the previous life, he used his death to threaten Blazing Heaven Demoness, showing an attitude of not fearing death. In this life, He Luan used the same method to deal with him, he had no choice but to accept it. Fan Yuan's expression changed, he laughed loudly and clapped. He Luan, I do not dare to underestimate you. I was only joking earlier. Using a rank 6 Immortal Gu to exchange for a rank 8? Your joke only shows your greed and stupidity. He Luan did not give Fan Yuan any face, rebuking him coldly. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then I will add some more weight. For example, if I give up on the contest for Starform Blessed Land? He Luan shook her head. Not to mention giving up on the contest, even if you give me Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land, I will not exchange them. Attitude Immortal Gu is not a simple rank 8 Immortal Gu, its usage condition is very low, it does not consume immortal essence, only mental energy. That is to say, I am only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. I can use a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Such an immortal goo is a peerless treasure. I will not give up on it. Forget about exchanging it for my immortal goo. Fan Yuan, you are a smart person. You will not waste your efforts, right? Fan Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I will take a step back and use this self-strength immortal goo. In exchange for your slavery immortal goo. He Lulan's brows rose. She had an enslavement immortal goo from Imperial Court blessed land. At the final moment, she deceived Giant Sun's will. He Lulan became silent. She was very moved by Fan Yuan's suggestion. To her, self-strength immortal goo's value was much higher than slavery immortal goo. He Lulan looked at Fan Yuan's eyes. My slavery immortal goo is only rank 6. You can use rank 6 to exchange for rank 6. But slavery immortal goo cannot be used infinitely, there is only one chance. Using my strength to exchange for slavery, don't you feel it is a loss? It is a bit of a loss. Fan Yuan smiled, raising a finger. So I have another condition, I want to borrow attitude goo for some time. He Lulan did not speak, she fell into deep thought. Fan Yuan wanted to borrow attitude goo by all means, this made her acutely aware of the importance of attitude goo to Fan Yuan. But He Lulan was not sure how important it was, she needed to probe it. Thus she refused. I won't lend my attitude goo. Fan Yuan's expression sank. Then forget it. Saying so, he turned around and left. He Lulan stood on the spot, looking at him coldly without moving. Fan Yuan walked a few steps before turning around with a bitter smile, facing He Lulan again. I only want to borrow attitude goo for 3 years. 3 years? Not even 3 days. He Lulan's expression was cold, but she was secretly excited. She had already seen a chance to slaughter Fan Yuan. He Lulan concealed it well, but she was still young, while Fan Yuan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Fan Yuan snorted in displeasure. How could he not know He Lulan's current thoughts? Thus he threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want to take revenge. Right now, there was such a good opportunity to kill He Qing. But I think you don't need it. What? He Qing. He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light, her expression changing. Although He Qing was her biological father, the hatred between her and He Qing was irreconcilable. Killing He Qing and taking revenge was the greatest obsession in He Lulan's heart. This obsession was so deep that it even affected her cultivation, turning into a shadow in her heart. In Fan Yuan's previous life, He Lulan killed He Qing and regained self-strength immortal goo, dispelling her psychological barrier and finding her true self, using the strength path phantom to turn into her original appearance. She was no longer a burly man. Chapter 982. The negotiation with He Lulan lasted for 6 hours from start to finish. After it ended, even with Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. It was a pity that his immortal zombie body did not have a bright mind to begin with. He had expended a lot of thoughts. He Lulan was not much better, she felt. This negotiation was more tiring than a life and death battle. She felt a sense of weakness in her bones. Her mouth was dry and her head was dizzy. After the negotiation, Fan Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yinxing in, and signed a new alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan returned self-strength immortal goo in exchange for He Lulan's slavery immortal goo, and also borrowed attitude goo for a year. Fan Yuan would also assist He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to provide a chance to kill He Qing. Everyone would continue to compete fairly for Starform Blessed Land. Other than that, Fan Yuan also obtained He Lulan's permission to connect their luck. The new alliance agreement was logical and comprehensive. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, she would need several years to unravel it. And most importantly, it took care of Blazing Heaven Demonis. There was a clause in it, they could add more allies, but the new allies had to abide by the alliance agreement. Furthermore, both sides could not borrow the strength of outsiders to deal with each other. Both sides had one chance to request for help. Once it was used, the other side had to save them. The compensation afterwards would be calculated according to the situation. The alliance agreement was very strict. there were detailed rules regarding the distribution of benefits. Fan Yuan used He Lolan's wariness towards Zishan Makoto, as well as his previous life's memories, to achieve his goal. People who only knew how to fight. They were just boorish people. Fighting could not solve all problems. Man was the spirit of all living beings, they had deep wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down heaven's gift. After the alliance, Fan Yuan's situation changed greatly. Firstly, He Lulan was Fairy Black Moon. Her luck was strong and could last for a long time. Fan Yuan successfully connected his luck with her. He got rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Secondly, he borrowed the rank 8 attitude Gu. This immortal Gu was used by thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. It was the core Gu worm of the legendary immortal killer move Familiar Face. Back then, when thieving heaven demon Venerable was still a rank 6 Gu immortal, he used this killer move. He deceived 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. He obtained a large number of treasures and caused 2 rank 8s to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fan Yuan lost change form immortal Gu, but he obtained attitude Gu, which was many times better than change form immortal Gu. His modified vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would rise to an astonishing level. Right now, Fan Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 8 Gu immortals. Lastly was the Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 Gu immortal, schemed against Fan Yuan. In this life, Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and the others had set up a new alliance agreement, which could be considered as blocking Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme. The Blazing Witch's guilt and love for He Lulan were her greatest weaknesses. With this, Fan Yuan would be able to make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness even if she was unaware. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance agreement, when He Lulan saved Fan Yuan and was in danger, could Blazing Heaven Demoness not take action? It could be said. He Lulan was the best chess piece to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lulan's side is no longer my obstacle. Enemies have become friends. After entering and exiting, my next plan will be even smoother. But He Lulan's group is very astute, they are not easy to fool. They are very satisfied with this new alliance agreement now, but gradually, they will find that I have gained a huge advantage. By then, they will be dissatisfied and might even act against me. Fan Yuan had gained an advantage because of his previous life's memories. He did not lower his vigilance towards He Lulan's side. However, when I obtain graceful chaotic dual stage in the future, the situation will be set, the difference in strength between the two sides will be overturned. Even if He Lulan's side is dissatisfied, they will not be able to do anything. Fan Yuan did not hesitate to give up self-strength immortal Gu. It was still for the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage, and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Self-strength immortal Gu was only a variation of the killer move Myriad Self, it only had rank 7 battle strength. But if he had the immortal Gu house, Fan Yuan would not even need to fear rank 8s, he would be able to advance and retreat with ease. After getting attitude immortal Gu, Fan Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture and went to Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was very surprised. He said to Fan Yuan, "You are back so soon? Did you get the immortal materials I wanted?" "No." Fan Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Langya's expression immediately turned gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Fan Yuan, you brat, are you ignoring my words? Before you left last time, I warned you that Langya Blessed Land is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you don't have the immortal materials I want, don't bother me. I will not agree to any of your requests. Is that so?" Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He had a calm attitude. "What if I want to use that final chance to ask you to help me refine Gu?" Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Fan Yuan snatched Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, and came to Langya Blessed Land with the identity of the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Because of the agreement between Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Land Spirit of Langya had to refine Gu for Fan Yuan 3 times for free. If it was refining mortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya had to ensure that the Gu refinement succeeded. If it was refining immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langia could fail, but he had to pay for the goo refinement materials himself. Fan Yuan used 2 chances. The first time was to refine Stargate goo. Although this goo was only immortal goo, it was a huge help to Fan Yuan at that time. The second time was to refine second aperture goo. During the goo refinement, Fan Yuan drank 4 types of wine and obtained divine travel goo. Finally, he used divine travel goo and Land Spirit of Langia to exchange for gruel mud immortal goo. Thus, Fan Yuan still had one last chance to refine goo. Land Spirit of Langia said sternly, "Kid, what goo do you want to refine this time?" Fan Yuan laughed heartily, patting Land Spirit of Langia's shoulder. "I was only saying if earlier. I don't really want to use the third chance to let you refine goo." Land Spirit of Langia snorted coldly, slapping Fan Yuan's hand away and patting his shoulder. His expression was filled with disdain. But in the end, he did not say anything. As long as Fan Yuan did not use the last chance, he could enter and leave Langia blessed land at will. Land Spirit of Langia knew this was Fan Yuan's warning to him, or even a warning. But he could not deny this point, so he was very unhappy. "If you don't want to use the last chance, then quickly leave this place," Land Spirit of Langia shouted in dissatisfaction. Fan Yuan shrugged his shoulders unconcernedly. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned last time, I brought this with me. But I brought this. Take a look." Land Spirit of Langia's lips curled up. "Kid, you still want to fool me? Humph, you think immortal materials are easy to replace? It is impossible for me." Before he finished speaking, he paused. His eyes widened, his gaze intensified as he stared fixedly at the immortal material in Fan Yuan's hands. This immortal material was not simple. It was a rank 8 immortal material that Fan Yuan had picked up from the Earth Trench Goo formation. Land Spirit of Langia's eyes were wide open. This seems to be a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. Land Spirit of Langia stammered, saying in disbelief. Fan Yuan gave him a thumbs up. "As expected of Land Spirit of Langia, that is indeed the case. After I obtained this immortal material, I spent a lot of effort to figure out its origin." Saying so, Fan Yuan handed this immortal material to Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia did not stand on ceremony. He moved like lightning, grabbing the immortal material and placing his eyes on it, inspecting it carefully. Good quality, good quality. It is indeed a fragment of a Cloud Phoenix. This is a rare item. What kind of dog shit luck do you have? You actually got such a treasure." Land Spirit of Langia muttered as he sighed. After looking at it for a long time, his gaze was somewhat dazed. No matter which Land Spirit of Langia it was, they all originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was most skilled in goo refinement. He was also obsessed with goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langia also inherited this personality. Right now, Land Spirit of Langia looked at the rank 8 immortal material. His mind was filled with emotions. He had been searching for this immortal material for a long time. If he had this, he would be able to fill in the gaps of many immortal goo recipes. There might even be 1 or 2 immortal goo refinement materials. With everything gathered, he could start the goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langia could not care about Fan Yuan. His gaze was fixated on the Cloud Phoenix fragment in his hands, inspecting this immortal material over and over again. His mouth was almost dripping with saliva. Even in Langia Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? The reason was simple: it was not easy to collect. Like this Cloud Phoenix fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix had extremely strong battle strength. It could match rank 8 goo immortals. To collect this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill a Cloud Phoenix. Goo immortals were rare to begin with. Rank 8 goo immortals were even rarer. There were only a handful of them. They also had to consider tribulations and their own safety. They would not fight easily. Unless they needed it, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials in the market. This was also the reason why Fan Yuan only took 1 or 2 immortal materials and placed them in jewel yellow skies. he could easily exchange them for all kinds of immortal goo ingredients. Even Land Spirit of Langya's main body, long-hair ancestor, did not have the ability to personally collect rank 8 immortal materials. The reason why he agreed to refine goo for thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortal was because he wanted to borrow the strength of a rank 9 venerable to help him collect rank 8 immortal materials. Fan Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya's expression and smiled lightly. He took out another rank 8 immortal material and purposely asked, "Land Spirit of Langya, help me take a look. What is the origin of this immortal material?" Land Spirit of Langya raised his head and immediately let out a loud scream. His eyes were filled with wild joy. "Oh my heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped bee? Look, such a beautiful halo of Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light of Dao marks with our naked eyes. You brat, how can you obtain such a treasure? This is infuriating. I have waited for so many years, but I only have 20 or so pieces with me. I can't even bear to use them." Fan Yuan laughed heartily. "If I say that I picked them up, would you believe me?" Saying so, he took action and pulled back the Cloud Phoenix fragment from Land Spirit of Langya's hand. Land Spirit of Langya was caught off guard. After reacting, he immediately howled in pain, feeling like his heart was being dug out. He stomped his feet and shouted, "What are you doing? What am I doing?" Fan Yuan had a strange expression. "This is mine. Do you want to snatch it by force?" Land Spirit of Langya's body stiffened. He did not speak and glared at Fan Yuan. Chapter 983. Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fan Yuan, not knowing what to say for a while. These immortal materials belonged to Fan Yuan. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his face. Fan Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya with a smile. No matter how bad Land Spirit of Langya's attitude towards him was, as long as he had these immortal materials, he would be in control of Land Spirit of Langya. Suddenly, Land Spirit of Langya's eyes turned as he reacted. He was no longer anxious. He sneered. Humph, you brat, do you think I don't know you? You are a crafty fellow who does not do anything without benefits. Tell me, what kind of advantage do you want from me this time?" Fan Yuan heard this and pretended to be unhappy. "Old sir, you are wrong. I am not here to take advantage of you. I am here to make a fair transaction with you." Humph. Land Spirit of Langya was already mentally prepared for Fan Yuan's shamelessness. He raised his eyebrows. "Just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me." Fan Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. "Since old sir is so straightforward, I will ask directly. May I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face?" Land Spirit of Langya was stunned before asking. "How do you know that I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move?" Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Land Spirit of Langya indeed had it. He was only guessing about this. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya lacked desolate beasts and wanted Fan Yuan to capture one for him. He used the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fan Yuan. Back then, Fan Yuan asked about Familiar Face. As a result, Land Spirit of Langya's original words were like this. "Familiar Face? You really dare to dream? That is an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you cannot use it. But this killer move of mine is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is enough for you to use." Land spirits were all very pure. I can't lie. Back then, the Land Spirit of Langya did not directly say that he did not have Familiar Face. He only said that even if he gave it to Fan Yuan would not be able to use it. At that time, Fan Yuan was still a mortal goo master. But now, Fan Yuan was a goo immortal. More importantly, Fan Yuan already had attitude goo in his hands. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals with rank 6 cultivation level. Fan Yuan seemed to be able to do it too. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found my main body. Request to refine space escape goo. My main body is also very interested. I have worked with thieving heaven demon venerable for a full 21 years. This world is the time of the 5 regions. In Langya Grotto heaven, time is even longer. The land spirit of Langya had a look of nostalgia. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body in thieving heaven demon venerable had tried many times, but they all failed. After expending thieving heaven demon venerable's life savings, I even had to use my main body's treasury. My main body would not make a losing transaction. Thieving heaven demon venerable bought my main body's immortal material treasury. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, this was a set of killer moves. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Fan Yuan nodded and kept this information in mind. Langya blessed land had deep foundations indeed. It actually had thieving heaven demon venerable's things. No wonder the Shadow Sect wanted to deal with him, and the Celestial Court also attacked this place in his previous life. It wasn't that Fan Yuan hadn't thought about taking advantage of this treasured land, but he wasn't strong enough. If he attacked rashly, he would only be asking for trouble. Brat, what do you want familiar face for? Have you experienced the benefits of unfamiliar face? My things. They are all top quality. But unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move. It is indeed not suitable for your current cultivation level. The land spirit of Langya smiled. Fan Yuan said straightforwardly, I am willing to use a rank 8 immortal material to exchange for familiar face. The land spirit of Langya was still smiling a moment ago. But now, he was furious. Brat, do you really think I am a fool? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy thieving heaven demon venerable's signature killer move? Dream on. Fan Yuan did not mind, he asked warmly. Then how much do you want? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fan Yuan's turn to have a change of expression. Impossible! How can I have so many? Do you really think I picked them up from the streets? He cried, with an air of importance, and a blatant falsehood. The land spirit of Langya was hoodwinked. He smiled embarrassedly. Then 8? Fan Yuan's eyes were wide open. He shouted, 8? You are robbing me! Back then, you told me that the core immortal goo of familiar face is attitude goo. Without attitude goo, I cannot use familiar face. I am only using it as a reference to deduce and modify an immortal killer move that suits me. Do you think I will use 8 immortal materials to exchange for a mere familiar face? Fan Yuan shouted loudly, his saliva splattered all over the face of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had an embarrassed expression. He took a few steps back. He had been cheated by Fan Yuan many times. He had learned how to bargain. But he clearly lacked experience. He was stopped by Fan Yuan's words. In the end, the existence of the land spirit was only a bit of obsession, formed from the heavenly power of heaven and earth. It was extremely pure. The fact that the land spirit of Langya could reach this step was already extraordinary. Fan Yuan's eyes were red with anger. He continued to bargain loudly. From his words, familiar face was already devalued. The rarity and value of rank 8 immortal materials were emphasized and raised countless times. The land spirit of Langya was unable to resist. He retreated step by step. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, he had been a professional merchant. He had run caravans and built shops. He was extremely wealthy, but in the end, he was beaten back to his original state. From then on, he broke the conventional thinking on Earth. He understood that this world was different from Earth. The fist was still the strongest. Eventually, Fan Yuan lowered the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If it was any lower, the land spirit of Langya would not sell familiar face. The land spirit was simple and stubborn. But the reputation of thieving heaven demon venerable was indeed worth this much. The land spirit of Langya would not make a loss. He knew that he would sell it at the factory price at most. Fan Yuan knew he could not do it. He paid 5 immortal materials and obtained familiar face. Mission accomplished. The joy in Fan Yuan's heart was indescribable. Although he had the halo of wisdom to use, it was extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster, but transformation path was only at Master level. And the familiar face series of killer moves were all transformation path killer moves. Even if I deduced it, it would not be the same. But what I've got now is the original version of familiar face. It contains the essence of this move, and there are no flaws. Fan Yuan had no more thoughts of staying. He turned around and left after obtaining it. He left Langya Blessed Land and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using his Immortal Killer move to study it. Familiar Face only had one core, that was the rank 8 Attitude Gu. This move fully used the power of Attitude Gu. It could be said that Attitude Gu was the soul of this move. Without Attitude Gu, no matter what other Immortal Gu were added, it would be difficult to display the profundity of Familiar Face. Other than the Attitude Gu, there were over 20 supplementary Gu of Familiar Face. Among them were 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu, including Change Form Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan's refinement of Change Form failed. The second Immortal Gu did not even have an Immortal Gu recipe. This was the only flaw. It seems that back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was rank 6, he already had these 2 Immortal Gu. Immediately, Fan Yuan entered the underground cave and used the Light of Wisdom to expend large amounts of star thoughts to modify the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. A few days later, he successfully completed his task. The 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu were removed, over 1,000 Mortal Gu were added in, barely replacing the effects of the 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu. This way, the activation of Familiar Face after Fa Yuan's modification was more than 10 times more complicated. The original version of Familiar Face only had over 20 Gu worms. Including the Attitude Gu, there were less than 30. With a small number of Gu worms, the sequence of activation was simple and not complicated, and the activation speed was also fast. Now that Fan Yuan modified it, there were over 1,000 Gu worms. The activation speed was naturally not as fast and convenient as the original version. This was something that could not be helped. Fan Yuan tried to activate the modified Familiar Face. The result of the test made him very satisfied. The modified Familiar Face could reach 60% of the original's power. Losing 2 Immortal level supplementary Gu and exchanging for over 1,000 Mortal Gu, it was already very ideal to reach this level. But the activation was slow, it needed an hour to activate. This was not a big deal, after all, Familiar Face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined Change Form Immortal Gu and used it as the core to create the modified Familiar Face killer move. Now that I have the modified Familiar Face, its effect is 100 times better than in my previous life. Rank 7 Gu Immortals can be deceived, but rank 8 Gu Immortals will have to depend on the situation. Fan Yuan estimated. The killer move Familiar Face could be said to be extremely exquisite, especially with Attitude Gu as the core. It not only changed Fan Yuan's appearance on the surface, but also directly affected other people's hearts. Even if Fan Yuan became a stranger, if the other party was hit by this move, they would feel that Fan Yuan was a good friend that they had not seen for many years, or that he looked familiar, giving them a sense of intimacy. After obtaining Familiar Face, Fan Yuan took time to practice it every day. Although Attitude Gu was rank 8, its activation requirement was very low. It only needed the Gu Immortal's mental energy. It did not need to expend any immortal essence. Thus, the cost of Fan Yuan's practice was not high. Because of his familiarity, he could reduce the time he needed to activate Familiar Face from the original hour to half. The preparation work has come to an end. Next, I will have to wait for Tai Bai Yinxing to undergo tribulation. Fan Yuan settled down and stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, occasionally going to the small village where the Spring Dream Fruit Tree was. He continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. He then used these Dream Path Mortal Gu to pick large numbers of Spring Dream Fruits. Chapter 984. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this green heaven fragment world was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Goo House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Unveil! 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 The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the Prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Unveil obtained the final victory. I, Unveil, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Unveil was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and went on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear, his smile was very cheerful, his mouth was wide open, his teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious, he wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the three Featherman Goo Immortals conversed casually, they had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The Sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Unveil was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look this! The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss, he pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads, they were shocked to find that above their heads a huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The three Featherman Goo Immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Goo Masters, get into position and occupy the formation cores. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive, the three Featherman Goo Immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Sea Shadow, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman Goo Immortals' hopes. This old Goo Immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice, he said, "Begin the attack!" The three Featherman Immortals were not their match. They could only retreat to the Immortal Goo House, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. When they landed on the Immortal Goo House, they created a huge firework effect. White Sea Shadow had clearly come prepared, he used his methods to stall Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was like a swamp, it could not escape for now. The Feathermen had been in peace for a long time, now they were in an intense battle of life and death. Their response was not accurate or timely. The three immortals were the same, they lost the chance to escape. 2 days later. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot out, crashing into a section of Sacred Feather City's wall. The city wall was immediately blasted apart, turning into countless goo worm fragments. The Featherman Goo Masters defending the wall did not manage to escape, their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Smoke and dust rose, and a green light flashed in the midst of it. Oh no! The Featherman Goo Immortal Zhozhong, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, had bloodshot eyes. He saw that the wall had collapsed, there was a hole in the defense, he quickly flew over to defend it. The essence of an immortal goo house was formed from countless goo worms. This part of the wall had collapsed, the goo worms were destroyed. It was like a hole had been created in the immortal goo house. It was like a leaking ship, its defense was greatly reduced. If enemies entered and expanded this hole, they could destroy the entire immortal goo house. Even though the hole was small now, they could not ignore it and let it develop. Zhou Zhong quickly rushed over to block the hole. He wanted to gain some time for the immortal goo house to heal itself. However, when Zhou Zhong landed, he heard a sinister laugh. Hee, you fell for it. Suddenly, two figures appeared on his left and right, sandwiching him. It turned out that a corner of Sacred Feather City had collapsed, there was a hole, two goo immortals entered. Scoundrel! Zhou Zhong was furious, he quickly retaliated. But he lost the initiative. After a few rounds, he was heavily injured, he was in a precarious situation. Freeze! Outside the city, a Western Desert Goo Immortal approached and used an immortal killer move. In an instant, Zhou Zhong was like he was tied up, he could not move. The two Goo Immortals beside him laughed sinisterly, they attacked together and hit Zhou Zhong's chest. Zhou Zhong coughed out blood, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into countless buildings along the way. His speed gradually fell, he finally collapsed in a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly, he struggled with all his might. But the effect of the killer move earlier was still there, he had no strength left. Those two Goo Immortals attacked again. Zhou Zhong could not help but show a look of despair. Zhou Zhong, persevere, I am coming! At the crucial moment, a majestic figure blocked in front of Zhou Zhong. The strongest expert of Featherman City, First Supreme Elder. Even if the two Western Desert Goo Immortals worked together, they could not block the Featherman First Supreme Elder's strength. This First Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, he attacked furiously, he had immense power. He was unstoppable. The two Western Desert Goo Immortals could not retaliate. They quickly suffered heavy injuries. They quickly escaped towards the hole. However, the final Featherman Goo Immortal, Jingling. He had been manipulating the immortal goo house to repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% repaired, it was getting smaller. The two Western Desert Goo Immortals rushed to the immortal goo house's hole, but they could not escape, they had to stop. They had to destroy the hole even more. But at this crucial moment, every second was crucial, the Western Desert Goo Immortals simply did not have time to destroy the hole again. Zheng Ling, good job! The Featherman First Supreme Elder was overjoyed. Right now, the immortal goo house was being repaired, it was already a situation of closing the door and beating the dogs. Once these two Western Desert Goo Immortals were killed, the Featherman side's morale would definitely rise. The invading enemies would be intimidated, no one would dare to charge into the immortal goo house blindly. But right when the Featherman First Supreme Elder arrived in front of the two Western Desert Goo Immortals, a shocking change occurred. On the two Western Desert Goo Immortals' faces, his originally panicked expression disappeared, and instead, he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. At the same time, 4 Western Desert Goo Immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is still you! Die! The leader of the Goo Immortals was White Sea Shatuo. At this moment, his aura burst out, filling the sky and earth, his might was unstoppable. He had rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder turned pale with fright, he was caught off guard and fell into a dangerous situation. Oh no! The rank 7 Featherman Goo Immortal Jingling, who was controlling the immortal goo house, was extremely anxious. He quickly activated the immortal goo house to deal with it. Both sides' attention was on the periphery of the immortal goo house, the most crucial battlefield. Old Ancestor, are you alright? Yufei shouted, pouncing towards the heavily injured Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong. The Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong was paralyzed on the ground. Zhou Zhong had been hit by an immortal killer move, the effect had not faded yet, he was lying on the rubble, unable to move. It's the new Featherman King. Zhou Zhong saw Yufei and sighed. He transmitted, Leave, this is not a battle you can participate in. But Yufei did not care. He pounced towards Zhou Zhong and activated a mortal healing goo. Old ancestor, I will save you! Zhou Zhong admired Yufei's courage. He felt moved but also helpless. He had countless injuries on his body. They were all caused by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with down marks. Could he only be healed by an ordinary mortal goo? But at the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded as he stared at Yufei in front of him. You are not Yufei, you! Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He wanted to resist, but his body could not move. He did not shout. Fan Yuan had sealed his voice. That's right. The moment the immortal goo house was destroyed, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to come here from northern plains. Near the loophole, the immortal goo house's control fell to rock bottom. Fan Yuan did not let anyone discover him. Next, he found an opportunity, and while the two sides were fighting intensely, with their attention focused on the crucial battle, he immediately moved out, disguising as Yufei and successfully approaching Zhou Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating slavery immortal goo. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely, the intensity increasing. But a moment later, his resistance vanished. He was successfully enslaved by Fan Yuan. At once, he became Fan Yuan's subordinate. I finally succeeded. Fan Yuan was exhausted. He was extremely tired. He ordered Zhou Zhong, quickly replace Xingling and take over the control of Sacred Feather City. Yes, master. Zhou Zhong dragged his heavily injured body and flew towards the center of Sacred Feather City. Elder Xingling, hurry up and support the first Supreme Elder. I will control the immortal goo house, Zhou Zhong shouted. Xingling was overjoyed. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was very bad. Even though he was controlling the immortal goo house, the whole of Sacred Feather City was being held back by the enemy's methods. He could not display his true strength. Rather than using Sacred Feather City's strength, Xingling might as well reinforce him personally. Are your injuries all right? Xingling was about to move, but he showed some hesitation. Quick! Look at the situation now. Even if I die, I will defend the immortal goo house. Zhou Zhong was covered in blood as he shouted. Chapter 985. Bam bam bam! A series of explosions resounded like thunder in one's eardrums. Each explosion caused the whole of Sacred Feather City to shake intensely. Fan Yuan stood in the ruins, feeling the tremors of Sacred Feather City. His body was hidden in the rumbling dust. Enslaving goo immortals is thousands of times more difficult than enslaving beasts. Fan Yuan sensed the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other lifeforms would place a burden on the goo master's soul. Back in Northern Plains, during the Imperial Court contest, Fan Yuan commanded countless beasts, but not all of them were enslaved. He enslaved myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, 100 beast kings, and others to control the entire beast army. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Wild beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fan Yuan enslaved many. But earlier, when Fan Yuan enslaved Zhou Zhong, it was completely different. Zhou Zhong had intelligence and spirituality. Even though he did not fail in enslaving him, it placed a heavy burden on Fan Yuan's soul. After all, Zhou Zhong was a goo immortal. A rank 6 slavery immortal goo could only enslave rank 6 goo immortals. This is all thanks to Zhou Zhong being a featherman. He is not a pure human, his spirituality is slightly lower. If I enslaved a pure human goo immortal, I might have failed already. Even though I cultivated soul path, my soul had a foundation. But that was the limit of mortals. For goo immortals, it was quite shallow. After enslaving Zhou Zhong, my soul has completely lost its spirituality. The young man who moved like he was flying has now become an old man with a heavy burden. My battle strength has fallen sharply. It would be good if I could use even 20% of my original strength. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Any goo path that was formed could be said to be broad and profound. Enslavement path was the same. At goo immortal level, it had extraordinary abilities that outsiders could not grasp. To put it bluntly, Fan Yuan was an outsider. He did not know any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he did, with slavery immortal goo, this situation might not be so bad. He had only used slavery immortal goo in a superficial manner. But with his previous life's experience, and the deduction of the light of wisdom, he obtained great success. Master, I took over Sacred Feather City. Right now, Xingling was already rushing towards the immortal goo house wall. We need to reinforce First Supreme Elder. Zhou Zhong's voice suddenly entered Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan licked his lips excitedly and subconsciously clenched his fists. He ordered in a low voice, "Kill the real Yufei first." He was now in Yufei's appearance, and the real Yufei was his biggest flaw. Very soon, Zhou Zhong's voice was heard again. "Yufei is dead. He's turned into ashes." Now, only Zhou Zhong controlled Sacred Feather City. It was easier than flipping one's palm. "Very good, try your best to control the immortal goo house and escape the battle." Fan Yuan continued to give orders. This time, after a long while, Zhou Zhong's incomparably weak voice sounded. "I'm sorry, Master, I can't do it. The entire immortal goo house has already been locked down by the enemy's method." Fan Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely. As expected, it's still the same. In his heart, he wasn't too disappointed. In the previous life, he schemed and made the Feathermen commit suicide, obtaining the Featherman Gu immortal Xingling's soul. Xingling had personally participated in the Battle of Sacred Feather City, and it had not been long, even though his memories were very clear. His soul was not tampered with by a soul path great expert like Shuesong Zi. Fan Yuan easily soul searched him. He obtained all of his memories. It was this memory that made Fan Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the Battle of Sacred Feather City. Thus, he could grasp the timing so precisely, sneaking into the immortal Gu house and enslaving Gu immortal Zhou Zhong while the two sides were fighting. There were many opportunities like this, but this was the best opportunity. Zhou Zhong was controlled by an immortal killer move and could not move. This gave Fan Yuan a huge advantage. From Xingling's soul, Fan Yuan learned that this immortal Gu house Sacred Feather City was locked by the enemy and could not move. But for a person like Fan Yuan, if he did not try it himself, he would not be satisfied. After trying, he could not snatch this Sacred Feather City. Fan Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, watching the situation develop. Like in his previous life, Zhou Zhong dragged his injured body and barely managed to control the immortal Gu house, freeing Xingling's battle strength. Xingling went to reinforce First Supreme Elder, fighting White Sea Shatuo and the rest. This intense battle was the most crucial one in the entire Battle of Sacred Feather City. The result was the same as in Fan Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shatuo and the rest were forced to retreat through a loophole. First Supreme Elder was heavily injured. He was targeted by the Western Desert Gu Immortals. As for Xingling, he was in a better state. After this battle, the immortal Gu house was repaired, there were no more loopholes, its defense was perfect again. But the Featherman First Supreme Elder died in the city from his heavy injuries. After losing their strongest battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals held on for a night. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they decided to give up the immortal Gu house and retreat. They gathered all the Feathermen and activated the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. "I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I wish for my Feathermen to be free. I wish for my Feathermen to have a world." The Western Desert Gu Immortals watched as the Feathermen left. Once the Feathermen left, they would obtain the complete immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. This was the first time Fan Yuan was experiencing Heaven's Wish. He sensed a majestic white light sweeping him and the Feathermen into a tunnel filled with white light. His body was like a piece of wood in a whirlpool, spinning continuously. After several minutes, the surrounding white light vanished. Fan Yuan landed on solid ground again. He felt dizzy, he almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen. He was already lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Only the two Featherman Gu Immortals, Xingling and Zhou Zhong, were standing vigilantly. Fan Yuan shook his head. "It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zhong, my main body's battle strength is no longer worth looking forward to. Where is this place?" The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong looked around. The Featherman Gu immortal Xingling's expression changed. He said, "Oh no! This is a human Gu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We are being treated as an earthly calamity. It has descended here." Tai Bai Yunxing was in the lead, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were on his left and right. They flew towards the Feathermen. In the previous life, when Fan Yuan helped Tai Bai Yunxing undergo tribulation, he did not invite them. But in this life, Fan Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to teach them a lesson. Thus, he invited them to help him. Tai Bai Yunxing was expressionless. But he was shocked and joyful inwardly, he thought. Back then, when Fan Yuan told me that he could predict this calamity and told me what to do, I did not dare to believe him. But now, it seems that everything is going as he expected. I will definitely survive this calamity. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked. A Featherman calamity was a rare thing to begin with. But Fan Yuan could actually predict it so accurately. What did that mean? One of the main reasons why heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were hard to pass was that they were hard to predict. Fan Yuan had this ability now. He was a divine weapon for passing tribulations. As long as one made preparations before the tribulation, the success rate would be raised to a terrifying level. The Featherman Gu immortal Xingling's heart had already sunk to rock bottom. In the previous life, when he saw Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, he felt disdain towards them. But in this life, Rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, great strength true martial physique He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunxing arrived together. Especially when the three of them did not conceal their immortal Gu auras, they gave Xingling a huge mental pressure. There was nothing much to say next. After Tai Bai Yunxing displayed landscape as before, the Featherman Gu immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture was extremely weak. In the previous life, with just Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's strength, they played the Feathermen around in circles. This time, not only did they gain powerful reinforcements like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, even Zhou Zhong and Yufei were traitors. After a duel, Zhongling was killed again, but Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest did not force the Feathermen. This was a mistake that Fan Yuan had made in the previous life. He would not make it again in this life. These Feathermen were different from the Feathermen in the market. They lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world. They were isolated from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen. They would rather commit suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing did not restrict them, he pretended to discuss with them. Under the leadership of Zhou Zhong and Yufei, the Feathermen were all moved to Starform Blessed Land. With these Feathermen, Fan Yuan's western desert development would reach a new level. His future would be bright. This was not his only gain. Afterwards, He Lulan asked him about the matter of deducing the calamities and tribulations. Fan Yuan purposely smiled bitterly, asking, "Do you think I have this ability? Don't forget, Zishan Makoto is my master. Similarly, Tai Bai Yunxing is also his disciple." He Lulan thought, as expected, this ability is too strong, it is not something that Fan Yuan can have. So it was Zishan Makoto who did it. Unknowingly, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan became even more wary of Zishan Makoto. Fan Yuan had given them a warning. It would be very beneficial for him to control Blazing Heaven Demonis in the future. But after enslaving Zhou Zhong, the burden on his soul was very heavy. Even refining Dream Path Mortal Gu was a huge burden. This made Fan Yuan's desire towards Luopa Valley even stronger. If Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain could belong to him, then even if he was an outsider of Soul Path, his soul foundation would grow rapidly. But now was not the time to go to Luopa Valley. In the previous life, He Cheng's soul fell into He Lulan's hands through soul searching. She obtained a lot of information and shared it with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan knew that Luopa Valley had been transformed into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect. There were countless Gu formations set up. The defense was extremely tight. Even in the previous life, when the Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioga attacked, Luopa Valley was empty. With just these Gu formations, they could last until Qin Bai Xing and the rest returned. Right now, almost all of Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were in Luopa Valley. It was more terrifying than a tiger's den. Fan Yuan had to wait for the right time. Chapter 986. Fan Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yinxing pass the tribulation, Fan Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Goo and picked the Spring Dream fruits, while also increasing his business of Guts Goo and Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Very quickly, his monthly profit greatly exceeded that of the same period in his previous life. It actually broke through the 2,000 mark. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, in his previous life, Fan Yuan had to spend a lot of time to investigate thoroughly before he could choose a suitable trading partner, especially in the Western Desert. But in this life, because he had retained his experience, Fan Yuan easily contacted the buyer, which saved him a lot of time and steps, greatly bringing forward the time to profit. Secondly, the hairy men in Fan Yuan's stone nest were freed and used to refine Guts Goo. It was not like his previous life, where he had to refine Star-Thought Goo and other non-profitable goo worms. Thirdly, Fan Yuan had no plans to relocate Stellar Form Blessed Land. He had already formed a new alliance with He Lulan and the others. They might need to migrate in the future, but it was not urgent now. Fourth, with the feather men forming caravans to conduct trade, Fan Yuan was able to quickly see great results in the Western Desert. The usefulness of the feather men was starting to show. But Fan Yuan was only testing the waters. He did not send out these tens of thousands of feather men. In this area, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to make use of this population to increase the number of feather men, and in the future, he might even be able to trade feather men's slaves. In terms of slave trade, feather men might not be as good as hairy men, but they were much better than lockmen. Especially the Western Desert forces. The number of feathermen sacrificed every year was not small, the demand for featherman's slaves was always high. Fan Yuan developed patiently. While accumulating immortal Yuan stone, he did not forget to accumulate Goo refinement immortal materials. As time passed, Langya Blessed Land was once again invaded by powerful enemies. The land spirit of Langya knew that the enemy was coming at them fiercely. He had no choice but to ask for help, sending letters to both Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. In this life, because of Fan Yuan's meticulous planning, Tai Bai Yinxing's immortal aperture did not suffer much damage. After receiving the letter, the two went to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was filled with boundless clouds and mist. It was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. Up in the sky, not seeing the sky. The ground could not be seen. This is the 12-cloud confounding formation, the land spirit of Langya introduced in a low voice. And these people are the invading enemies. With a wave of the land spirit's sleeve, a few images appeared in front of Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. Qin Baixing, Jianyu, He Qing, Shuesong Zi, Helang Zi, Hui Feng Zi and the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie were all there. It's them. Fan Yuan pretended to be surprised. You know these people? The land spirit of Langya immediately asked. Fan Yuan nodded. His expression was solemn. These people are very strong, even though their leader, Qin Baixing, only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8 Goo immortals. The land spirit of Langya was shocked. So strong? Fan Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jianyu, she has dark limit immortal Goo. This is the Goo immortal elder He Qing of the current Northern Plains Superforce He tribe, he has an immortal Goo house in his possession. And Shuesong Zi, don't think that he only has rank 6 cultivation level, he is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, his backer is rank 8 old ancestors Shui Hu. And this is Helang Zi, he is a transformation path Goo immortal with great battle strength. Back then, when old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to recruit him, he did not accept it. This is Hui Feng Zi, he is a wind path great expert, his wind path attainment level is unfathomable, he is publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains Goo immortal world, he had once escaped from many rank 8 Goo immortals. Fan Yuan's every word. The land spirit of Langya's mood became heavier. After Fan Yuan finished speaking, the land spirit of Langya's expression was extremely solemn. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed Goo immortal. I did not expect the enemy to be so strong. Then who is this Gu immortal? Fan Yuan naturally knew about his background, but he showed a puzzled expression. He pondered. This person is concealing his face and has an immortal killer move. He seems to be very mysterious. Let me make a deduction. Saying so, he pinched his fingers. Starlight shone from his body. He let out the aura of an immortal Gu, looking very serious. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya was deceived. He could not help but think. In the past, I have looked for Fan Yuan many times to deduce immortal Gu recipes for me. But this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I am not sure what immortal Gu he is using, but from the looks of it, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fan Yuan's body gradually faded. His expression was grim as his eyes shined with bright light. Amazing! This mysterious Gu immortal has a huge origin. He is actually an immortal zombie. Moreover, he has the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. You deduced it so quickly? The land spirit of Langya was quite surprised. At the side, Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled. Of course. Fan Yuan's attainment level is a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Wisdom Path Grandmaster? The land spirit of Langya's heart shook. He sized up Fan Yuan with a new gaze. Fan Yuan's expression was calm. He said to the land spirit of Langya in a low voice. The enemy is so strong, I am afraid we will be in danger. The land spirit of Langya chuckled. No matter. As long as we persevere for some time, I can capture any Gu immortal alive. Oh? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He pretended to be curious as he probed the land spirit of Langya. It seems you have strong reinforcements on your side? The land spirit of Langya had a smug smile on his face. He did not want to say anything, but he suddenly changed his mind. He probed Fan Yuan instead. You are actually a Wisdom Path Grandmaster at such a young age? To speak the truth, this is really out of my expectations. Why don't you deduce how confident I am in dealing with the enemy this time? Fan Yuan naturally knew that the land spirit of Langya's confidence was in the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. But next, he pretended to deduce, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Eventually, he admitted defeat. I cannot deduce anything. To speak the truth, I have tried to deduce Langya blessed land in the past, but I gained nothing. This time is no exception. Ha! The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. He patted Fan Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say anything else. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. Rank 8 refinement cauldron was naturally the same. Such a defensive method. Not only could it defend against attacks, it also had the ability to resist deductions of others. Fan Yuan pretended to fail. This was within the expectations of the land spirit of Langya. In his opinion, this was expected. Because no matter how outstanding Fan Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical an immortal Gu was, it could not compare to the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. I cannot deduce anything, that is for sure. But if I deduce anything, I am afraid the land spirit of Langya will be wary. Fan Yuan sneered in his mind. Land spirits might be stubborn or naive, but they were not without intelligence. Especially when the land spirit of Langya's main body, long-hair ancestor, had a good friend, immortal Yi Yen, when this legendary person was alive. This person was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. The doctrine of 3 venerables was also very famous in history. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was very clear about the abilities of a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. If Fan Yuan deduced anything, it would have clearly surpassed the abilities of a rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu immortal. This would definitely arouse the vigilance and suspicions of the land spirit of Langya. He would think like this. How can just Fan Yuan deduce anything? Clearly, there is someone capable behind him. And this great expert is very powerful. He can actually break through my refinement cauldron's defense and deduce the arrangements in the blessed land. Thinking of this, the land spirit of Langya was naturally very vigilant and guarded against Fan Yuan. After all, the land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestor's obsession. And long-hair ancestor was a hairy man. Towards humans and even other variant humans, he was always on guard. This could be seen from his previous life, when the land spirit of Langya changed his temperament and speech. The reason why Fang Yuan could get close to the land spirit of Langya. The main reason was because he had inherited a certain inheritance of thieving heaven demon Venerable. Due to the agreement between his main body and thieving heaven demon Venerable, the land spirit of Langya had to help Fang Yuan 3 times to refine goo worms for him. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan, as a human, get close to the land spirit of Langya? Although Fang Yuan had thought immortal goo and all-out effort immortal goo to refine, all along, he did not want to waste the last goo refinement opportunity. It was to get close to the land spirit of Langya at all times. The land spirit of Langya had lived in this blessed land for countless years. His interactions with the outside world, other than jewel yellow skies buying and selling immortal materials, was only through Mo Tan saying. He knew the principle of treasuring a treasure would cause trouble, thus he had always been low-key. At the same time, he had a natural distrustful attitude towards other people. Fang Yuan was not strong in the past, the land spirit of Langya was not too wary or suspicious of him. But when he gradually displayed his extraordinary side, the land spirit of Langya would naturally be vigilant and uneasy. How could he allow someone to sleep on his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was just a little rabbit, but now that he displayed his wisdom path grandmaster cultivation level, Fang Yuan could be said to be a venomous snake. Next, the development was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged by the land spirit of Langya to guard a cloud building. But before this, Fang Yuan suggested to gather He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to participate in the battle. Tai Bai Yunxing also vouched for him. But the land spirit of Langya rejected it. Fang Yuan fought Shui Songzi, but this time, he did not use the previous life strategy. He did not sneak attack Shui Songzi, he fought openly. Even though he was much more famous than in the previous life, the results were not great. Fang Yuan was only in a deadlock with Shui Songzi. Not long after the shadow sect arrived, Fang Yuan retreated. There was no benefit in killing Shui Songzi. He had immortal goo and lifespan goo, but they were hard to snatch. It was better to let him go and let him deal with the Central Continent goo immortals in the future. Fang Yuan had also thought of reminding the land spirit of Langya to make arrangements, and use Refinement Cauldron to take down the Shadow Sect group. But after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Firstly, he had to get rid of the Shadow Sect group, the risk was huge. Qin Baixing was extremely strong, Fang Yuan had no confidence in him. The Shadow Sect seemed to have a secret connection with Zombie Alliance, the situation here was very complicated. Secondly, even if he got rid of the Shadow Sect group, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron had the greatest effect. If they won, the land spirit of Langya would get the most loot. The Shadow Sect base, Luopa Valley, would be visited by the Central Continent goo immortals. Fang Yuan would not be able to get it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan still needed the Shadow Sect group of Northern Plains to resist the Central Continent goo immortals. Although he did not know how the Central Continent goo immortals found the Shadow Sect group after investigating Fang Yuan, this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see the most. If he killed the Shadow Sect group, it would be clearing the obstacles for the Central Continent goo immortals. If the Central Continent goo immortals found Fang Yuan, what would Fang Yuan do? Finally, Fang Yuan guessed from the blazing glory lightning brilliance body that the mastermind behind the Battle of Yitian Mountain was likely the Shadow Sect. If he killed them, there would be a huge impact. An unprecedented accident would occur during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. If there were too many accidents, it might affect Fang Yuan's arrangements and make his preparations useless. Thus, in the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan planned to let nature take its course. Chapter 987. Damn it, it had to happen at this time. Qin Baixing clenched his fists. Looking at the situation, he was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Retreat. After a while, he sighed and ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. Luopa Valley was attacked. It was those Central Continent goo immortals who were investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Qin Baixing transmitted. How did they find out about us? Don't tell me, it is Providence. Fairy Jiang Yu's body shook. Providence is vast, it is likely so, but earlier we made a huge move to prepare for our final plan, but Providence obstructed us. When we reach Etian Mountain in the future, who knows how terrifying this Providence's obstruction will be? Qin Baisheng sighed. The conversation between the two happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. They were secretly transmitting their voices, so no one else knew what they were talking about. Soon, under Qin Baisheng's orders, Shadow Sect's group left Langya Blessed Land. They retreated. Tai Bai Yinxing let out a breath of air. Damn it! He escaped again. He Lulan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent. Her brows were tightly furrowed, she had a worried expression. The hairy man Gu immortals first cheered, but soon they felt sorrow. In this battle, not only were there bloody sacrifices, there were even traitors. The world was unpredictable, the tragedy of life and death was happening right in front of them. These hairy man Gu immortals who only cared about Gu refinement were greatly agitated. Langya Land's spirit released the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. His eyes were scarlet red. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the direction that Qin Baisheng and the rest left in. These guys, they really think we hairy men are easy to bully. One day, our great hairy man race will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. This battle was because of Fan Yuan's inaction. It was the same as in the previous life. First, Fan Yuan and the rest guarded the mortal Gu House cloud building, but the Shadow Sect easily broke the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. One of the Inkman Gu immortals was instantly killed by Qin Baisheng, losing his life. The land spirit of Langya's original plan to stall for time had been seriously destroyed. He had no way out. He was so anxious that he kept walking around in circles. In his previous life, it was at this critical juncture that the land spirit of Langya transformed. But in this life, taking advantage of this opportunity, Fan Yuan immediately suggested for the land spirit of Langya to use ancient battle formations. The land spirit of Langya was at a loss when he heard the news. He quickly accepted it. Ancient battle formations were different from the current mainstream battlefield killer moves. The down marks of the ancient battle formations were much less harmful to the blessed land than the mainstream battlefield killer moves. The land spirit of Langya had no other choice but to use Heavenly Giant Solar. At this time, Fan Yuan suggested, "How can we block them with just a few of us? We need more manpower." But the land spirit of Langya was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man Gu immortals secretly, but they were all behind the scenes, controlling the rank 8 immortal Gu House refinement cauldron. Especially, he even sensed that there were traitors among them. Fan Yuan had already expected the land spirit of Langya's reaction. He suggested that he had trustworthy helpers around him. The land spirit of Langya frowned. He was against others. He would rather fewer people know about Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan smiled. "Land spirit, don't worry. What is our relationship? I need to keep it a secret for you. I will not leak the Blessed Land's information. I only need to summon them. Arrange them in Heavenly Giant Solar and let them fight. After that, you can just give them some compensation." The land spirit of Langya did not want to agree, but Qin Baisheng and the rest attacked fiercely. Even with Heavenly Giant Solar, they were forced to retreat. The land spirit of Langya was helpless. He could only listen to Fan Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fan Yuan sent He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Solar, causing this ancient battle formation's power to rise sharply. However, He Qing had the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It could resist Heavenly Giant Solar. Qin Baisheng's 5-finger fist heart sword was extremely sharp. Heavenly Giant Solar suffered heavy injuries repeatedly. The situation was only delayed for a while before it deteriorated again. The land spirit of Langya had no choice but to rob Peter to repair Paul. He sent the hairy man Gu immortals and refinement cauldron into Heavenly Giant Solar. In the intense battle, the other side of the land spirit of Langya was stimulated. After sending 3 batches, Qin Baisheng finally found a chance. He activated the traitor and removed refinement cauldron. Eventually, he snatched many core immortal goo from refinement cauldron and retreated. He brought Shuesong Zi and the two exposed hairy man goo immortal traders. After the battle, Fan Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing. He asked him to bring He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan away. He did not stay for long. This way, he completed one of the contents of the new alliance agreement that he had signed not long ago. He had already provided a chance for He Lulan to kill He Qing. But the latter did not capture him. That did not mean that Fan Yuan did not follow the rules of the alliance agreement. Even though He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had a lot of questions and curiosity towards Langya Blessed Land after the incident. But Fan Yuan did not answer any of them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared selflessly. Since Fan Yuan already knew about it, how could he shoot himself in the foot? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were helpless. They felt that Fan Yuan was very mysterious. His background could not be underestimated. He was actually connected to such a mystical existence. They could not help but think of Fan Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto. They had many wild and fanciful thoughts. First, he borrowed attitude goo, and now, he used Langya Blessed Land to deal a blow to He Lulan's side twice. This made Fan Yuan even more confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demonis. At the same time, it was a small preparation for him to ally with He Lulan and the rest to take down Langya Blessed Land. If possible, Fan Yuan wanted to take Langya Blessed Land for himself. But many times ideas were beautiful, but reality was cruel. This could be considered as Fan Yuan's insignificant preparation for any future mishaps. Land Spirit of Langya turned into his second personality. Like in his previous life, after the battle, he prepared to relocate Langya Blessed Land. At the same time, he reformed Langya sect and invited Fan Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fan Yuan agreed. Speaking of the rewards for this battle, Fan Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo. He asked Land Spirit of Langya for a large amount of support. At some point in the future, if Fan Yuan was in danger, Langya sect would need to send goo immortals to save Fan Yuan immediately. This way, Fan Yuan brought Langya Blessed Land's hairy man goo immortals along with him. Land Spirit of Langya gave Fan Yuan a sect mission. He was to go deep into the icy plain and contact the alliance of the rock men and snowmen. As long as you complete this mission, I will give you a portion of the immortal goo recipes. As long as you have enough sect contribution points, you can use these contribution points to exchange for the immortal goo recipes you want. Land Spirit of Langya did not forget to entice Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's thoughts changed. Can I look at these immortal goo recipes first? Of course. After looking at them, even with Fan Yuan's vast knowledge, he was moved. Langya Blessed Land only had dozens of immortal goo, but the number of immortal goo recipes was hard for Fan Yuan to estimate. At least, Land Spirit of Langya showed Fan Yuan 200 of them. Fan Yuan soon saw many immortal goo recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But he was rejected by Land Spirit of Langya. My Langya sect has just been established. There are many things to do, of course there are people to deal with. But this mission is the most dangerous, so I will give it to you. Anyway, if you die, I won't feel any heartache. Hairy man goo immortals cannot die easily, they are truly on the same side. Land Spirit of Langya could only speak the truth. Fan Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt somewhat relieved. But don't worry, I want to create the hairy man world. You variant humans will need help. I also have a transformation path method to let you abandon your human body and turn into a hairy man. When you truly become a hairy man, I will open up the immortal goo inventory. You can use your contribution points to borrow or exchange immortal goo. Ha! Land Spirit of Langya patted Fan Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. But this kind of encouragement was a bit too direct. Fan Yuan did not mind. His first question was whether familiar face and becoming a hairy man, could he fool Land Spirit of Langya? But soon, he discarded this thought. Not to mention the fact that familiar face he had now was only an incomplete version. And the original familiar face was obtained from Land Spirit of Langya. Even though he was direct, it did not mean he was stupid. I will definitely not consider becoming a true hairy man. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the general trend. How can it be changed? Back then, even Longhair Ancestor, who was the land spirit's main body, had to hide his true identity. Now, he is only a land spirit. What tricks can he come up with? Humph, wishful thinking. Fan Yuan was not optimistic about Langya sect's future. In the 500 years of his previous life, Langya sect was taken over by the Celestial Court. This was the final outcome of Langya Blessed Land. Even if there were changes in the future, if it was not the Celestial Court, it could be other Gu immortals or organizations. Humans would always be the rulers. The status of variant humans would not change. Fan Yuan's plan had always been to gain benefits from Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya turning into his second personality had both advantages and disadvantages for Fan Yuan. But at least this time, there were more benefits for Fan Yuan. The original Land Spirit of Langya was quite conservative. He would not create Langya sect and recruit Fan Yuan as an external Supreme Elder. He would not agree to help Fan Yuan when he was in danger. The Battle of Langya sect ended. The 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley began. Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He recuperated while refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. At the same time, he stockpiled Gu refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine Immortal Gu. A month later, he picked all the Spring Dream fruits and refined a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Chapter 988. Eastern Sea Yulu Blessed Land. With like in his previous life, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing were led by a scenic blue immortal zombie, Sha Nanjiang, as they passed through Yulu Blessed Land's entrance and entered. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha! Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yinxing and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to welcome him and patted Tai Bai Yinxing's shoulder. Tai Bai Yinxing had not been in Eastern Sea for long, but with man as before and landscape as before, he had made quite a name for himself. Earlier, Tai Bai Yinxing helped Shark Demon's group attack Yulu Blessed Land. His man as before Immortal Gu was of great help to them. Shark Demon greeted him and turned his gaze to Fan Yuan. This must be Brother Tai Bai's good friend, Wisdom Star Chen Dao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, then you are my good friend as well. I am just a lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that. Fan Yuan nodded, smiling humbly. He had a tall and straight posture. With a feather fan and silk handkerchief, he had the appearance of a handsome young man. His skin was white and clean. He had a tall nose bridge and thick eyebrows. His eyes were like deep pools. Right now, Fan Yuan had a smile on his face. He looked like a handsome young man. He was very pleasing to the eyes. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was Xingxiang Zi, but in this life, he was Wisdom Star. Familiar Face's power was much stronger than vaguely familiar face in his previous life. Shark Demon and the rest could not see through Fan Yuan's true appearance in the previous life. It was even more impossible in this life. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, looked at Fan Yuan and said, I heard that you cultivate Wisdom Path as your main and Star Path as your secondary. You were recommended by Sir Tai Bai. I wonder if you can display your skills here? In the previous life, Fan Yuan pretended to be Xingxiang Zi. To the outside world, he called himself Star Path as his main and Wisdom Path as his secondary. But in this life, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. Even without Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, he was very confident. Therefore, he might as well separate the major and minor sections. They swapped places. Fan Yuan nodded and said to Shark Demon and the others, It's reasonable for everyone to test my cultivation. Then I will show you my skills and give you my comments. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was very humble, but in this life, he spoke very politely, but his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. Tai Bai Yinxing's heart was filled with worry, but he did not show it. Among the immortals, Budan's face was gloomy. The arrival of Fan Yuan. His position in the team was in jeopardy, and his interests were seriously violated. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled. One hand was behind his back while the other held a feather fan. He waved it leisurely in front of his chest. He looked around, taking in the sights around him. Right now, it was still the battlefield killer move, freezing rain, frozen earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast expanse of white ice and snow. Every once in a while, here, a huge icy rain would fall and form countless snow monsters, causing huge trouble for everyone. Fan Yuan only looked for a while before saying, "I've deduced it." Shark Demon and the rest were shocked. They had thought that Fan Yuan was preparing some immortal killer move. To think that he had finished it so quickly. Su Bai Man complimented him even more politely. "Your Excellency's cultivation is indeed impressive, to be able to remain so calm and collected. You actually deduced the flaw of this battlefield killer move without making a sound. You are truly admirable." "Not at all. Not at all." Fan Yuan waved his hand and smiled. "Madam, you are exaggerating. To deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move, I need to spend some effort. But that was not what I deduced earlier." Immediately, an immortal zombie asked, "Then what did Sir deduce?" Fan Yuan answered calmly, "I deduced some information about battlefield killer moves. For example, this battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth." Hearing this answer, all the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a vicious nature. He was about to act up when Su Bai Man secretly stopped him. Gu Immortal Budan scoffed. "Chen Dao, are you playing with us? Who doesn't know the name of this battlefield killer move? It is called Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth. To think that you have such guts despite your low abilities, you actually dare to trick Shark Demon and Su Bai Man." Su Bai Man laughed, easing the atmosphere. "Budan, shut up. I think Brother Chen is only joking. He is about to use his true method." Fan Yuan shook his head. "Madam, this is what I deduced." Su Baiman's expression froze. His gaze slowly turned dark. "What?" Shark Demon snorted coldly. He could no longer hold back. He stared with wide eyes as he walked forward fiercely. At this time, Tai Bai Yunxing stepped forward, blocking Fan Yuan and Shark Demon. He cupped his fists towards Shark Demon, smiling bitterly. "Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not say it clearly, but this Brother Chen has such a personality. He always leaves half of his words unsaid. I have been troubled by this for a long time." "Oh?" Shark Demon's expression eased. He looked at Fan Yuan. My Brother Chen, just tell me everything that you have calculated." Tai Bai Yunxing pretended to be distressed and said. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. "Everyone, I have indeed deduced the origin of the battlefield killer move. But it is not only Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth. Below this Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth are Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops, is this true?" Shark Demon was immediately attracted by Fan Yuan's words. His eyes shined as he stared at Fan Yuan with anticipation. Fan Yuan waved his feather fan leisurely. "I deduced it personally. How can it be false?" Shark Demon and Su Bai Man immediately transmitted their voices. Shark Demon was overjoyed. "Madam, if this Wisdom Star's deductions are accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is truly amazing." Su Bai Man agreed. "That's right. Earlier, we invited several Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it was very difficult to deduce the battlefield killer move. I didn't expect this person to give me an answer so quickly and silently." Shark Demon pondered. "We need to wait and see. Maybe he is just speaking without thinking, pretending to be mysterious? If the deduction is wrong, what use is it?" Su Bai Man thought about it before rejecting. "I think the possibility is not high. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunxing has a steady nature. He praises this person highly. If this person really has Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment, it is understandable that he deduced the battlefield killer move. Secondly, we can verify this. As we progress step by step, we will be able to prove his answer. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so unwise as to give information that can be easily determined. Madam is right. Just as Shark Demon and Su-Bai Men were conversing secretly, Boudin could not wait any longer. He sneered at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you are really astute, your deduction is very good. As long as the freezing rain frozen earth does not break, how can we know that your deduction is correct? Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. He had trampled on this Boudin in his previous life. He had framed him before. It seemed that he could not avoid it in this life. Fan Yuan did not want to complicate matters, but he could not do anything about Boudin taking the initiative to appear in front of him. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chin, Boudin is being unreasonable. Please do not blame him. Although he is being unreasonable, he is speaking the truth. The thing that I deduced will indeed take some time before I can verify it. Fan Yuan nodded, admitting it frankly. Su-Bai Man chuckled softly. For some reason, although this is the first time I have met you, I feel that I have met you before. I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. So even if I cannot verify it, I still believe you. Ha ha ha, many people have said that. Fan Yuan boasted shamelessly. Not at all modest. But there was indeed no need to be modest. This was the effect of familiar face. Shark Demon continued. Sir Chin, we are trapped in the freezing rain frozen earth, please help us, sir. Break this move one day earlier, and you will be able to see the next level one day earlier. I'll also be able to see the next level a day earlier and help Mr. verify the contents of your deductions and clear your name. Fan Yuan laughed. Lord Shark Demon, you are wrong. I'm very confident in my deduction. I don't need any verification at all. It is just that you do not trust me and need verification. After pausing for a while, Fan Yuan continued. Since you want me to help, we should talk about the remuneration first, right? Shark Demon frowned. Fan Yuan's attitude made him unhappy. After all, Fan Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7. It was already an offense for a rank 6 to have such an attitude towards a rank 7. In his previous life, Fan Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon and wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite to him. But in this life, Fan Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. Why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon wanted to attack Yulu Blessed Land because he needed Fan Yuan's help. Fan Yuan naturally had to use his identity to obtain more benefits. After some discussion, Shark Demon offered a high price. Fan Yuan gladly accepted and started to move. Although he did not have Star Thought or Mortal Goo, he was different from his previous life. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. Even if he used Mortal Goo, he could use them in countless ways. Most importantly, he had already unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Therefore, when he made a move, the effect was immediate, and it even caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise and praise from time to time. In his previous life, Fan Yuan only focused on unraveling this battlefield killer move, freezing rain frozen earth. But in this life, Fan Yuan dealt with it with ease. He placed most of his attention on learning. Be it his previous life or this life, Fan Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was deeply interested in any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fan Yuan's understanding of this battlefield killer move, freezing rain frozen earth, became deeper and deeper. What were the core and mortal goo of freezing rain frozen earth? How many were there? And how many supplementary mortal goo were there? Fan Yuan gradually understood them. Only how these goo worms worked together, and how many methods they could be used, Fan Yuan could not find them all in a short period of time. Every once in a while, freezing rain and snow monsters would attack, but Shark Demon and the rest would take the initiative to protect the environment for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not make the same mistake as in his previous life. He did not increase the power of freezing rain frozen earth. Instead, because he repeatedly unraveled it correctly, the battlefield killer move's power weakened. As for Boudin, he was already cowering dejectedly. He did not dare to compete with Fan Yuan. The wisdom path attainment that Fan Yuan displayed was many times deeper than in his previous life. In the previous life, Boudin was indignant, but now, he saw the huge gap between him and Fan Yuan. he lost his fighting spirit and became dejected. Eventually, when Fan Yuan almost used up all of his star-thought mortal goo, he stopped. Freezing rain frozen earth had already been unraveled by 60%, only 40% was left. Brother Chen, why did you stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fan Yuan smiled. Haste makes waste. I am a little tired, let's stop here for today. Shark Demon was furious, but he needed Fan Yuan's help. He could not do anything about it, he could only force a smile on his face. Sir is right, I need to rest well. How about this, sir is a guest, why don't you come to my shark sea? My shark fishing feast is one of a kind in the East Sea. The other Goo immortals gasped, they looked at Fan Yuan with envy and jealousy. Chapter 989. At the shark fishing banquet, the fragrance of wine permeated the air, delicacies filled the table. After seeing Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were very polite and enthusiastic towards Fan Yuan. As they toasted, Shark Demon called over many female Goo masters. Gentlemen, how can there not be music in this banquet? These are the servants that my hall nurtured, they all have Goo master cultivation level and are proficient in transformation path. Their performance of the Sea Demon dance has been praised by many Goo immortals. Today, I will invite you to appreciate it. These female Goo masters were all beautiful like flowers, they had graceful figures. At this moment, the music started, the female dancers danced, their sleeves fluttered in the wind, they were beautiful and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed from gentle to hurried, the female Goo masters changed their forms, they grew fish tails and turned into mermaids, swimming in the air. The music changed again, it became lively and lively. The female Goo masters changed their forms according to the music, they grew 2 shells on their backs and danced like clam girls. When the music started to have metallic sounds, the female Goo masters' hands turned into the pincers of prawns and crabs. As they danced, the wind blew and they looked very heroic. The music changed 18 times, the female Goo masters also changed 18 times, they danced in different styles, it was an eye-opener for Fan Yuan. Eastern Sea has a myriad of styles, it is truly different from Northern Plains' bold and unrestrained beauty. Tai Bai Yinxing praised generously. Shark Demon saw that Fan Yuan did not speak, he asked. I wonder what Mr. Chen's opinion is? It is truly beautiful, Fan Yuan said, but he found it funny inwardly. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high, even when he suppressed Budan, he relied on schemes and traps. But in this life, Fan Yuan displayed great strength, Shark Demon and Su Baiman treated him warmly. In his previous life, although Fan Yuan participated in the shark fishing banquet, he did not have this song and dance to liven things up. In this life, he had this performance. It showed how much Shark Demon cared about Fan Yuan. After the dance, the female Goo masters retreated. Su Baiman said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chen and Mr. Tai Bai have any questions. Which maid did he fancy? As long as the 2 of you say it, I will make the decision and give it to you. I'm old. Thank you, madam, for your concern. Tai Bai Yinxing politely refused. Fan Yuan said, I've heard of the shark fishing banquet. Instead, I'm more interested in the sharks outside the hall. Su Baiman was slightly disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, it seems that the 2 sirs are not lucky enough to choose maids. But this was a shark in the sea. But I can't make the decision. They are all my husband's pets. Ha, since the 2 of you are interested, how can I not give them to you? Whenever there was a shark fishing banquet, he would give some sharks as a gift. However, there's another rule here. I wonder if the 2 of you know about it? Shark Demon asked. Of course I know about it. Fan Yuan nodded, he waved his feather fan in front of his chest. But I still need to confirm it with Master. No matter what we catch, or how much we catch, they all belong to us? Of course, as long as the 2 of you do it yourself. Shark Demon nodded and replied. There was no hesitation. Fan Yuan smiled. Then let me deduce which shark is the most precious in this shark sea? But if I can really get it, I hope the 2 of you will be willing to part with it. Mr. Qin, do whatever you want. Shark Demon laughed. He wanted to probe Fan Yuan's true abilities. Fan Yuan pretended. He pinched his fingers and deduced. At once, starlight shone on his body. It was dazzling. After a while, starlight shone everywhere, filling the hall. In an instant, there was the sound of bells. It was too wonderful for words. The starlight was dazzling. The aura of immortal goo spread out, causing Shark Demon and Subaiman to be moved. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. This wisdom star Qingdao is truly amazing. I wonder if husband has noticed he has already used 3 different immortal goo. I wonder what kind of wisdom path immortal goo they are. What they did not know was that Fan Yuan was only putting on an act. It was just a facade. The starlight slowly dissipated. Sweat appeared on Fan Yuan's forehead. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before slowly opening them. His eyes were shooting out starlight that was over 3 meters long. The light was so bright that people could not look at him directly. To think that Shark Demon and Subaiman have such powerful methods. They actually used the power of enslavement path to restrain a rank 8 one-finger flow shark. It is truly amazing. Although I deduced it, my methods are too shallow and I am unable to capture this beast. There is nothing I can do. Earlier, I was still speaking arrogantly. Now that my abilities are lacking, I hope the 2 lords will not laugh at me. Shark Demon and Subaiman's bodies shook. Resourceful Star Qingdao even figured out this secret? This. At once, this rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide-opened eyes, fixedly staring at Fan Yuan, disbelief frozen on their faces. After a few breaths of time, Shark Demon and Subaiman reacted, their emotions slightly calming down. Subaiman sighed. Today, I finally know Sir Chen's power. The one-finger flow shark is our husband and wife's greatest secret. Mr. Chen might not know this, but in order to prevent this matter from being calculated by others, we husband and wife went to great lengths to ask Song Jiadan to help us conceal this matter. Shark Demon continued. Twin polar plate armor pill, Nangong Hidhuan, and dragon head tortoise return from adversity sea. In the current Eastern Sigu immortal world, Song Jiadan is publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. Brother Chen's method can actually break Song Jiadan's defense. Doesn't this mean that Brother Chen's wisdom path attainment is already comparable to Song Jiadan's? Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He seemed to have accidentally faked it. He quickly waved his hand, trying to salvage the situation. I am ashamed. I cannot compare to Song Jiadan. I had also performed exceptionally earlier. If I were to face Song Jiadan himself, there would be no chance of victory. Shark Demon's upper body leaned forward. He stared at Fan Yuan. I have finally seen Sir's method. But earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did I not see Sir activate the immortal goo? Fan Yuan chuckled. Wouldn't activating the immortal goo expend immortal essence? The cost would increase. I am not a wealthy person like Lord Shark Demon. Moreover, using mortal goo can also unravel the battlefield killer move. It is just that the time needed is slightly longer. Why not? Shark Demon was greatly moved. Fan Yuan did not care about time, but he did. He had accepted a mission from Zombie Alliance to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him. If he did not make much progress, he might be replaced by someone else. Thus, Shark Demon and Subaiman were under a lot of pressure. Sir, you do not know that I am an impatient person. In order to avoid problems, the faster we attack Yulu Blessed Land, the better. Shark Demon laughed heartily, continuing. It seems that the price I offered earlier did not satisfy, sir. Sir Chen, state your price. I will try my best to satisfy it. Fan Yuan shook his head and smiled. It is best to slow down when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Lord Shark Demon, don't you know the value of battlefield killer moves? Of course I do. I also know the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the down marks in the Blessed Land to set up battlefield killer moves. But these methods can be learned from the land spirit after attacking the Blessed Land. Shark Demon answered. What if there is no land spirit? Fan Yuan asked. This The possibility is very small. Shark Demon hesitated. Even if it is small, it is still possible. Lord Shark Demon has been attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long. Have you seen the land spirit? I don't think so. Thus, the safest method is to slowly attack and understand all these battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. Shark Demon was getting angry. He continued to persuade Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan was insistent. Shark Demon could not turn hostile. He needed Fan Yuan's help. He could only endure it. Fan Yuan was fearless. He raised the price, and only agreed when Shark Demon reached his limit. After resting for a few days, Fan Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal Goo and spent many days to help Shark Demon unravel the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth killer move. As for this Star Thought Immortal Goo, it was quite strange. After Fan Yuan was reborn, he tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo for the first time, and he actually succeeded. But the truth was, Immortal Goo refinement was not so simple. The reason why Star Thought Immortal Goo was refined was because of Fan Yuan's extensive practice in his previous life. Maybe after connecting He Luan, Fan Yuan's luck became better. This was one of the reasons why the Goo refinement succeeded. Fan Yuan had already started to stockpile immortal materials. He was preparing to refine rank 6 all-out effort Goo when the time was right. Time flew by, and several months had passed. With Fan Yuan's help, Shark Demon's invasion of Yulu Blessed Land was much smoother than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Fan Yuan. After using Star Thought Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan no longer lacked star thoughts. He had already grasped Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Fan Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal Goo, he could not create any battlefield killer move. But this was already a huge gain. Fan Yuan had a deep understanding of battlefield killer moves. As long as he used the Light of Wisdom, given time, Fan Yuan was confident that he could use these Immortal Goo to create his own battlefield killer move. Finally, Fan Yuan faced the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops again. He finally encountered a problem. Unmoving Troops was the final round of Yulu Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very difficult. Adding on that Fan Yuan did not have any experience in unraveling it in his previous life, his progress was very slow. Fan Yuan gave up. He did not join Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon could not order him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered, countless fragment worlds fell on Central Continent. In his previous life, Fan Yuan obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grand Master attainment levels in the Dream Realm of the Fragment Worlds. But the Dream Realm was not fully explored by him. In this life, Fan Yuan was looking forward to it. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels rise again? Or the attainment levels of other paths? Chapter 990. Several days later, Fan Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here. It was still stable for now. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had sent Goo immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that He Fengyang had brought Fan Yuan here, their expressions turned ugly. This time, it was all thanks to Fan Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level. Otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain such a huge benefit. The fragment world here was just enough for a bottom-tier rank 6 Goo immortal to barely enter. But among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where could there be a Goo immortal with such low cultivation level like Fan Yuan? Thus, Fan Yuan was the only one who was in high demand. Crane Gate made full use of the competition rules of the 10 great ancient sects to bring them into the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing took care of Fan Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Fan Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart, should he kill Feng Kim Hong? Because Spirit Affinity House did not announce the death of Feng Jioga, according to Fan Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jioga had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Fan Yuan gave up on this idea. Even if Feng Jioge died in my previous life, the 100 days battle in this life has not ended yet, anything is possible. Moreover, Feng Jioge's death in my previous life has not been confirmed yet. Most importantly, the reason why I wanted to kill Feng Kim Hong was because I wanted to snatch her Dream Wings immortal goo. Unfortunately, even if she is immortal, she can make the immortal goo self-destruct with just a thought. Even if I am a goo immortal, without special methods, I cannot snatch it. If I deal with her now, Feng Jioge is still at her peak, she will definitely be attacked by Spirit Affinity House and other super forces. This is courting death. Go in. The others have already entered, and since your cultivation is the highest, you've been arranged to be the last, Fengyang said in a low voice. There was no helping it. If Fan Yuan entered in advance, the other 9 sects were all mortal goo masters and could not compete with Fan Yuan. Of course. From this, one could see the weakness of the Crane Gate. If Crane Gate was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult for Fan Yuan to be first. The fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven was right in front of Fan Yuan. It was a scene of a blue lake. It was like a torn half of a painting, suddenly inserted into the small valley overgrown with bushes. This was not a complete blessed grotto heaven. Fan Yuan stepped into it. The next moment, he was in the fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven. Looking back, the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still in the valley. He was no longer in the same world as Fan Yuan. These goo immortals' gazes were either gloomy or envious. There was no helping it, their cultivation levels were too high, they had countless Tao marks, if they forcefully entered, they would directly break this fragile fragment world. This lake is huge, I remember that in my previous life, the desolate beast dragonfish was hiding near the island in the middle of the lake, it was influenced by immortal goo. It became very violent and berserk. I have lost self-strength immortal goo now, I cannot use strength path giant hand. It is not as convenient to capture it now as in my previous life. Fan Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similar to his previous life, some elite goo masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were still trapped on the island in the lake. Around the island, the lake water was dangerous and violent, the desolate beast dragonfish was causing huge waves. Fan Yuan descended from the sky, using an immortal method. After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned goo masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Fan Yuan flew towards the dream realm. He arrived at the dreamland. Feng Kim Hong had already led the 4 goo masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this dream realm. Fan Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her facial features were like a painting, her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Fan Yuan also smiled. Before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Kim Hong was prepared and was about to speak. Fan Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombie's method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Kim Hong was taken aback. She did not expect Fan Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sections. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal goo. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time, how about that? You have dream wings immortal goo, don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal goo. Fan Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative, Feng Kim Hong, wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Kim Hong had the immortal goo that Fairy Bai Qing gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence, but she was immortal after all, she could not defeat an immortal zombie like Fan Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had a bitter expression. Fan Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path Mortal Goo before, but those were all secret experiments. I planned to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these Dream Goo were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. Change your request? For example, Strength Path Mortal Goo recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path Goo worms had appeared, they were limited. To truly form a mature path like Dream Path, just Dream Wings Immortal Goo and Dream Travel were not enough. Only a path that everyone could cultivate could be called a path. Dream Path had just started to develop, it was showing signs of progress. In the 5 regions, only super forces had spare time to research it. Thus, the Goo recipes of Dream Path Mortal Goo were extremely valuable. Fan Yuan did not persist. He knew, even if Feng Kim Hong knew the Goo recipes of Dream Path Mortal Goo, he would not give them to him. The reason why he made this request was for his true motive. Fan Yuan said, "Then how about this? I need information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You might not know, but this person is a legendary figure in your Spirit Affinity House. Give me his information, don't try to fool me with the information on the market." Feng Kim Hong thought, "This Fan Yuan is underestimating me. Even though I am a Mortal Goo Master, I have been in contact with the world of Goo Immortals since young. How can I not know Bo Qing's name? However, why does Fan Yuan want Bo Qing's information?" He thought again. Bo Qing is already dead, so what if I agree to his request? It is easy for my mother to get this information. Even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets, I have a sense of propriety. I will not foolishly hand over all the information to Fan Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Kim Hong nodded in agreement. But Fan Yuan continued, "This dream realm is something that Crane Gate must obtain. How long you can explore it will depend on the amount of information you give me. You can send a letter now and ask your mother to prepare. I want to see the goods in 2 hours in Central Continent time. Then I will give you more time according to the quality of the information." Feng Kim Hong's heart sank. She knew that Fan Yuan was not so easy to fool. She was the treasure of her parents. She naturally had Immortal Goo and a large number of Information Path Mortal Goo to let Fairy Bai Qing know about Feng Kim Hong's condition. After a while, the two finally came to an agreement. Fan Yuan left the Dream Realm directly. In this blessed land, even though he had subdued the desolate beast Dragonfish, he still had a desolate beast hidden essence turtle and a desolate plant nethergrass to collect. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, several days had passed in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. Fan Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nethergrass. Like in his previous life, he released some rock men to search for valuable goo worms or goo materials in his place. He returned to the Dream Realm, where Feng Kim Hong could not conceal her dispirited and irritated mood as she handed him the first batch of information. Fan Yuan looked through it, and nodded repeatedly. This information was very detailed, worthy of being the internal information of Spirit Affinity House. In my previous life, when Central Continent's falling heavenly river changed, many goo immortals gained benefits, but I could not interfere. In this life, I have my previous life's experience and insights. I do not need to make many deductions. I can save a lot of time and energy. Maybe I can explore falling heavenly river. Fan Yuan thought in his heart, while commenting. Although this information is detailed, it doesn't touch on many secrets. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, this time refers to the time in the fragment world. Feng Kim Hong nodded, sighing inwardly. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of this dream realm. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal Goo, she could not get through the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that she could explore this dream realm in 6 to 7 days and obtain a huge improvement. But the cruel reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on the price. But now, this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Sigh. Feng Kim-hong sighed deeply again. Fan Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly, he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience, he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of dream path mortal goo. He could use Unravel Dream many times. The first layer of the Beastman Wind Not Grass Dream Realm and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Fan Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the Dream Realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. "You are finally here!" She looked at Fan Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Fan Yuan's body shook. Chapter 991. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night sky was gentle, stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Fan Yuan entered the dream realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice and appearance were naturally widely known, thus Fan Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in a well. They were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Fan Yuan with an eerie expression. Her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. "You are finally here." She spoke slowly. Her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. "Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm?" Fan Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Fan Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fan Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the immortal killer move Familiar Face. But now, even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Fan Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first 2 layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then. He Lulon fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream, I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Fan Yuan's thoughts. "You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song." As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring, and it was pleasant to listen to. Then she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Fan Yuan heard her sing. "The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, the road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times, the unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only Providence is boundless. Star constellation immortal venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Fan Yuan's heart. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Fan Yuan's concentration was completely focused. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hong, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Fan Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place, feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Fan Yuan tried to recall but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Fan Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods. But he could not recall the content of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song. Only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time, in southern border. Shadow Sex Headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal goo as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill! A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable! At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Fan Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. Now, it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Central Continent's Yumu Chun. It was Rule Path and was called Reality. Reality Immortal Goo was activated by Old Man Inkstone using his immortal essence. It turned into a silver light that flew into the sky at an incredible speed. In the air, it kept flying around the dream, dragging out a long silver tail that stopped in midair. It did not dissipate. Rise! Old Man Inkstone thought in his mind. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, surrounding Spectral Soul's dream realm. They formed a formation in the air. Hundreds and thousands of mortal goo, all of them rank 5. They used Reality Immortal Goo. There were also 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, forming a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Inkstone's face turned purple gold. Most of the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life had been expended. All of his goo worms were destroyed. Only a silver cocoon of light was left. The cocoon was huge. It completely covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm. Old Man Inkstone let out a breath of turbid air. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but also had a gratified expression. He looked at the silver cocoon in front of him, muttering, "Next, I just have to wait for the nurturing to succeed." Several days later, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan laughed loudly, walking out of the underground cave. He succeeded. After spending a month in Who Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield. It used Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. Even though the explosive power was not strong, it was endless. It could expend a lot of the enemy's battle strength. The light of wisdom is truly amazing. If I had to deduce it myself, I might not even be able to deduce it in 3 years. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. This Star Soul battlefield might only have over 600 gu, including immortal gu. But the truth was, the coordination and usage of gu worms were extremely complex. Thus, Fan Yuan needed at least 5 minutes to set up this Star Soul battlefield. This time was not long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was still below average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves needed a lot of time to set up. In his previous life, Fairy Li Shan fought against He tribes for Old-Timer's Green City Rampage. She used the immortal battlefield killer move Pear Garden in Mountain. She had already started preparing it when she was lying in ambush earlier. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul battlefield cannot compare to Pear Garden in Mountain. But the battlefield has countless ways to wear them down. It is far superior to Pear Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, this Star Soul battlefield mainly uses Battle Soul Battlefield as a reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fan Yuan wanted to find a suitable opponent to test it on. He quickly thought of that One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength and has 3-time path immortal gu. My Star Soul battlefield cannot trap it. Moreover, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I have to deal with Shark Demon and Su Bai Man at the same time. Fan Yuan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could of course cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness. According to this time, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness had already exchanged letters many times, reaching an initial understanding and some common understandings. Fan Yuan could rely on his status as He Lolun's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark. It was highly possible. However, Fan Yuan did not choose this method. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, Fan Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness in terms of battle spoils. He would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Although Fan Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could at most suppress Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. She could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I don't find her, He Lulon and Fairy Li Shan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demoness' existence, and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulon and the others, and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Shark Demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Fan Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Fan Yuan, their progress in attacking Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biting your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start. They could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Fan Yuan could be imagined. But Fan Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demoness take over Yulu Blessed Land. Chapter 992. The sky was blue, there were only a few clouds. Fan Yuan floated in the sky, looking afar. He saw a vast sea and sky, the sea was blue, there were no waves, it was a grand sight. This was the unique sight of Eastern Sea, it was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was calm, it was quite similar to the bold and unrestrained northern plains. When huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea, it would be dangerous and violent, and the resemblance to northern plains would vanish. Eastern Sea had a lot of water, it had many changes. It was precisely because of this change that this magnificent scenery was created, and it also brewed the unique cultural styles. Fan Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was small, it was the territory of Zombie Alliance, Budan's private sea area. But Budan had already been chased out. The one occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the Rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A while ago, Fan Yuan's letter to Blazing Heaven Demoness had already been sent to the bottom of the sea. But there were no movements in the sea. "Who are you? Such guts, you dare to disturb me at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement." Suddenly, a voice resounded in Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan was shocked. He had already activated his investigative methods, but Blazing Heaven Demoness' movements were untraceable. Fan Yuan could not sense her. She actually got close to him, and even before she spoke, Fan Yuan did not sense anything. On the surface, Fan Yuan was calm and collected. He turned around and bowed. "I am Fan Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness." "Fan Yuan?" Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with bright light. These last days she had been in a good mood. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had resumed their correspondence. In the letter, Fairy Li Shan expressed her understanding for He Lulan. Earlier, she was not really refining Gu. She only received an information path mortal Gu. The Gu's message was friend of He Lulan. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness curious and wary. She concealed herself and got close to Fan Yuan to probe him. Fan Yuan did not sense anything. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness wariness lower. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a strong personality. She immediately accused Fan Yuan of disturbing her Gu refinement. She wanted to take the initiative to force him. But she did not say anything. Blazing Heaven Demoness' words made Blazing Heaven Demoness admire Fan Yuan a little more. Fan Yuan nodded. "That is me." Saying so, he deactivated Familiar Face, turning from Resourceful Star's image back to his immortal zombie body appearance. Blazing Demoness' pupils dilated slightly. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed. "This rank 8 attitude Gu really is. I Gu Demoness Gu, Dao is. Duel." Fan Yuan laughed heartily. "Wisdom Star Chen Dao is me, but I am not just the Wisdom Star. Gu and she and was she. Duel. Gu Demoness and Demoness. She had long coveted Yulu blessed land. Hence, he had been secretly paying attention to and collecting information on Shark Demon. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had long since learned about Fan Yuan's disguise as the resourceful Star Chen Dao. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I create Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? The Blazing Heaven Demoness. I wonder if you are interested in Yulu Blessed Land? Fan Yuan revealed his intentions. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. What do you think? Fan Yuan smiled and said calmly, "If you are not interested, I would not have come here." Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. "Is this also what your master, Zishan Makoto, wants?" Fan Yuan did not deny it. "With my ability, as long as I have some time, I will be able to break the final battlefield killer move in Yulu Blessed Land. However, it's up to you to push Shark Demon and Subaiman out." If he did not have Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan might not have the confidence. But with Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and the unmoving battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan would not have a hard time taking it down. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression turned grim. Fan Yuan controlled the tempo of the conversation. She finally felt impatient. "Words are no proof," she said coldly. "Just because you say you have the ability, does that mean you have the ability? How can I trust you?" The anger of a rank 8 Gu immortal was not a small matter. The atmosphere became heavy. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to have such a reaction. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan had his previous life's experience, and knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely so, Fan Yuan took the initiative in the conversation. It is easy to make Lord believe in my ability. I will show my incompetence first. Saying so, Fan Yuan used his fingers to make deductions. At once, starlight appeared on his body, immortal goo auras fluctuated. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fan Yuan stopped pretending. He sighed to Blazing Heaven Demoness. A rank 8 great expert is truly not easy to deduce. This is your excuse for failure? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fan Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Lord has already contacted people in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and is preparing to expel Shark Demon and Subai Man. I'm afraid Budan has already been captured by you, right? First subdue him, then release him and let him use immortal goo materials to bribe Subai Man. By then, you can find an excuse to steal the goo materials, and you can openly find trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Fan Yuan to deduce her plan in such a short time. She was a rank 8 goo immortal. Even though she cultivated Fire Path, she had methods to defend against Wisdom Path goo immortals' deductions. Why was this method so useless in front of Fan Yuan? No wonder this person could make my sister wary and make little Lan suffer. No, that might not be the case. Maybe this was deduced by Zishan Makoto. He is just putting on a show in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not easy to fool. Good, since you have such ability, I have a problem to solve now. Before she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed with her hand, flames rose and enveloped Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan's heart shook. He once again experienced Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering nature, but he was not worried that she would harm him. Because Halo Lan's attitude immortal goo was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to kill Fan Yuan, was she not afraid that Fan Yuan would fight to the death and destroy attitude immortal goo? Fan Yuan did not resist. He was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted. She turned into a blazing rainbow that tore through the sky. Fan Yuan's eyes were filled with a fiery red color, unable to move. He did not know how long had passed, but suddenly, the flames in front of him disappeared. Fan Yuan found that he was in the middle of a wilderness. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Green grass covered the whole field. They were cute and fresh. There were few trees in the field. They had a wide field of vision. The most eye-catching thing was a palace not far away. This palace had azure gold carvings. On the surface were images of seas, the sky, mountains, and so on. This was the rough style of the remote antiquity era. The overflowing aura of immortal goo showed how extraordinary this palace was. This was an immortal goo house. At this moment, many goo immortals were standing in groups on the field, surrounding this immortal goo house from all directions. There were also some goo immortals. They were floating in the air, far away from the immortal goo house. But no matter which goo immortal it was, their gazes were focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fan Yuan. Earlier, a blazing rainbow descended from the sky. It had a grand momentum. It was hard not to notice. Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 goo immortal aura was even harder to ignore. With such a high-profile appearance, Fan Yuan, who came with her, was also targeted by countless gazes. I am Song Chi Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong greets you. To be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness personally, it is my honor as Ruolai. Soon 3 goo immortals acted as representatives speaking. Even though they did not have as much cultivation as Blazing Heaven Demoness. But they represented Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan. These 3 clans of Eastern Sea were super forces. They were also the main force that fought for ascending Heaven Plane in his previous life. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant. She nodded lightly at the 3, saying loudly, I have heard of old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I came here to try it. Go ahead. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Not mentioning Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 cultivation level. Behind her was the colossal force known as Zombie Alliance. If Zombie Alliance also wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, then Ascending Heaven Plane's situation would be in huge turmoil. Lady Blazing Heaven comes from Northern Plains, you are a guest. How can my Song family be lacking in etiquette? This one is untalented, so let me accompany you. Song Chi-yuan took the initiative to slowly fly over. Brother Chi-yuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived. Kai-shiong is willing to explain to you. Kai-shiong had just finished speaking when Ruolai Gui also flew to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at the three immortals. She did not chase them away, letting them stand beside her. Ascending Heaven Plane's location determined that Zombie Alliance could not reach it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but only 3 were truly fighting for the hegemony here. These 3 clans fought openly and secretly, but when Blazing Heaven Demoness, a powerful external force, suddenly appeared, they allied together to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not need to guess to know that these 3 clans had already sent an urgent message. Soon, there would be rank 8 experts appearing to control the situation here. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not touch it. Even though she was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, if she tried to take over Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not support her, she would also offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering nature, but she was not stupid, she was very intelligent and knew how to compromise. Otherwise, in Fan Yuan's previous life, she would not have made that new alliance agreement with Fan Yuan. Chapter 993. Wisdom Star, this is Ascending Heaven Plane, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. The Legends of Rinzhu has records of it. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only are they irregular, they are also complex and ever-changing. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, show me Tian Nan's inheritance. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. He already knew Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods had just been exposed not long ago. Even He Lulan and the rest did not know. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land, she had to personally probe Fan Yuan's wisdom path abilities. If Fan Yuan had good strength, she would trust Fan Yuan and place the responsibility of taking down Yulu Blessed Land on his shoulders. If Fan Yuan was just an idiot, Blazing Heaven Demoness would find someone else to help him. As for Fan Yuan, he was useless, he could only stay at the side. Wisdom Star, why does this name sound familiar? Since this person is favored by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some ability. Ascending Heaven Plane space path Dao marks are not only complex, they are constantly changing. Our 3 clans are restricted by them, our progress is slow. With his own strength, how is that possible? Song Chi-yuan, Kai-shiong, and Ruolai Gui conversed secretly. They watched as Fan Yuan landed on the ground and walked towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on Fan Yuan. In Song Clan's camp, there was a young girl dressed in white. Her immortal light was like snow. She was the pearl of Song Clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishur. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. At this moment, Song Yishur stared at Fan Yuan without blinking. She had a curious expression. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon tried to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He tried always to ask for this person's help. Previously, Shin Dao helped Shark Demon unravel several battlefield killer moves. His progress was extremely fast. But for some reason, Shin Dao suddenly ignored Shark Demon. Strange. Shika-chan, why do you know so much about Chen Dao? But speaking of which, this kid was indeed elegant and graceful. You are extraordinarily handsome. People will have a good impression of you at first glance. A female Gu immortal elder of Song Clan teased Song Yishur. A blush flashed across Song Yishur's face as she explained. Chen Dao once revealed one of Shark Demon's secrets, and in order to protect this secret, Shark Demon once asked Uncle Song Jiao Dan for help. That's why I value him. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had disguised himself as Xing Xiangzi. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. But in this life, since he had rank 8 attitude Gu and familiar face, Fan Yuan naturally wanted to make full use of this killer move. Changing into a good-looking face could make people lower their guard, making it easier for Fan Yuan to act. Song Clan's Gu immortals heard this, and their expressions changed. Song Jiadan was the pride of Song tribe. He was publicly recognized as one of the 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan could actually break Song Jiadan's method, just this alone. Just this alone was enough to show how amazing he was. At once, Song Clan's Gu immortals looked at Fan Yuan with different gazes. Fan Yuan walked in front of everyone. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he slowly came to a halt. He had a calm expression on his face, but he was secretly concentrating on something. Ascending heaven plane was not simple. These secluded domains of heaven and earth often had their own mystical properties. For example, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while ascending heaven plane had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, ascending heaven plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through ascending heaven plane. However, after Rinzu's children wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even ascending heaven plane was affected. Ascending heaven plane was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs. And they were still changing. Even though ascending heaven plane looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a Gu immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Fan Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Fan Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal Gu, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fan Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fan Yuan stopped again. At this moment, he was still 300 steps away from the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan, but he had already caught up to the Gu immortal at the end. This Gu immortal came from Ra-Lai clan. Seeing that Fan Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Fan Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless. He had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Fan Yuan had to move and stop from time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the space path Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long, halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in Yulu blessed land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had already gained some understanding during his deductions. 15 minutes later, he surpassed most of the Gu immortals on the ground, getting to the front. Wisdom Star Chendao. Kai Xiong stared at Fan Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? At this attainment level, he is at least a wisdom path grandmaster. Ruo Lai Gui gritted his teeth. Song Qi Yuan sighed to himself. It is a pity that my Song clan's Song Jiao Dan could not come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been obtained by my Song clan long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very satisfied. Such an achievement was enough to take down Yulu Blessed Land even in the huge Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shocked. How many years has it been since Fan Yuan became an immortal? He not only cultivates strength path, but also has such deep wisdom path attainment. And from my sister's letter, he seems to have displayed impressive enslavement path attainment in the imperial court contest. With such a disciple, his master, Zishan Makoto, must be extraordinary. It is about time. I am about 108 steps away from the immortal Gu house. Even though I can continue moving forward, I am already at the front. If I shorten the distance, I might attract trouble. Fan Yuan assessed the situation. With Blazing Heaven Demoness, he could easily take down Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. But against Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness alone was too weak. The space path down marks here increased in number as they got closer to the inheritance, and they were changing rapidly. Thus, the difficulty of deductions rose rapidly. With just Fan Yuan's ability, he could not reach the immortal Gu house. Especially after 80 steps, he needed Wisdom Path killer moves. The Wisdom Path killer moves here were not defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, nor were they offensive moves like Hataru, they were used for deductions. Fan Yuan did not have such a foundation. But he had Wisdom Gu. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Gu, he could use the Light of Wisdom. With just this Light of Wisdom, he could leave countless Wisdom Path killer moves that were used for deductions far behind. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fan Yuan would have broken through long ago. He would be at least 50 steps away, not 100 steps away. The Light of Wisdom could not be exposed. Even if Fan Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave today. The three superforces were eyeing this place. How could they let Fan Yuan leave after taking advantage of them? Thus, Fan Yuan stopped and looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered to herself. This Fan Yuan knew his place. Not to mention that Fan Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. Even if she had rank 8 cultivation level, she would not dare to covet the things here. She had wanted to retreat long ago. But retreating without fighting was troublesome. Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan, these three super forces viewed Ascending Heaven Plain as their exclusive territory. Blazing Heaven Demoness barged in. If the three clans did not take a firm stance, even more people would covet her. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left early, the three super forces would pursue her. She might as well stay and deal with this matter first. She had to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Sure enough, not long later, the three clans' rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. They formed an alliance and negotiated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was alone, but her aura was not weak. She took the initiative to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. Nobody knew of their sparring. After the sparring, Blazing Heaven Demoness landed and laughed heartily, leaving Ascending Heaven Plain with Fan Yuan. In contrast, the three rank 8s of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing Gu Immortals of the four regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path Attainment Level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demoness. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion, we need to be more vigilant. That makes sense. Chapter 994. East Sea, Bipolar Strait. The sound of the waves penetrated through the thick fog and faintly reached the strait. Song Jiadan sat cross-legged on the cliff with his eyes closed. His lower body was made of gray stone. His upper body was that of an old man, covered in wrinkles and extremely old. Suddenly his eyelids twitched. he sensed the token of Song Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Chiyuan. With a thought from Song Jiadan, the fog surged and revealed an empty tunnel. A moment later, two figures walked out from the tunnel. A man and a woman, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white, like a lotus fairy, pure and moving. Her spirited eyes looked around with a hint of liveliness. The male immortal was a middle-aged man. He was mature and steady. He walked behind the woman. "Clan Uncle Jiadan!" Song Yishur shouted from afar. Song Jiadan wanted to reveal a trace of a smile, but in the end, he could not. He could no longer move, and the muscles on his face were completely stiff. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could use providence to deduce matters and objects. It was usually very accurate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Song Jiadan would lose his freedom from then on. His lower body would be petrified, and he had already become one with the bipolar trait. When his lifespan was exhausted, his entire body would turn into a piece of stone, without any signs of life. In the end, Song Jiadan could only say slowly and expressionlessly, "Little Shi, cousin Xia Qi, long time no see." The ones who came to the twin polar straits to visit Song Jiadan were the Song clan Song Yishur and Song Xia Qi. "Uncle Jiadan, this is the token grandfather gave me. Please take a look." Song Yishur first handed the token in her hand to Song Jiadan. After Song Jiadan confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and asked, "What do you want to calculate this time?" Song Xiaqi opened his mouth and said, "This time. We're here for the Tian-Nan inheritance in the ascending heaven plane." Song Jiadan pondered. "There are many chaotic space path Dao marks in ascending heaven plane, and they are constantly changing. If I can't be there in person, I can't adapt to local conditions." He calculated the path in time. But Ruo Lai and Kai clan did not have any powerful wisdom path Gu immortals. "I believe that with my wisdom path immortal Gu, you won't be able to escape. We should be able to come out on top." Song Yishur smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Jiadan, there has been a new change in the ascending heaven plane." "Oh." Song Yishur then explained how the sky-scorching Demonis and Fan Yuan had barged into the ascending heaven plane. Song Jiadan immediately understood the purpose of Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi's visit and said in realization, "So you want to hire this resourceful star to help the Song clan obtain Tian-Nan's inheritance? Not bad. Wisdom Star was not a member of Zombie Alliance. He was a good friend of Tai Bai Yunxing. He was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Because the Earth Tide had come to the East Sea. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, naturally our Song family can also hire him. His wisdom path attainment is quite good. If our Song clan is a step slower and the other two clans get it first, we will be in a passive situation," Song Xiaqi said. "That's why you came here this time to ask me to divine the matter of this resourceful star," continued Song Jiadan. Song Yishur nodded repeatedly. "I really can't hide anything from you, uncle." "That's right, since we're going to hire resourceful star, we need to know him well. After all, he was not one of their clansmen. Most importantly, the other party is also a wisdom path Gu immortal. If he tries to scheme, not only will our Song clan suffer a loss, we will also suffer a huge loss. We will also lose face. So this time, I hope Uncle can use your methods to see if you can suppress this Northern Plains wisdom path Gu immortal." Song Jiadan lowered his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. "But this resourceful star Chen Dao was able to break the method I used on Shark Demon, and was also able to shine in ascending heaven plane. This means that he not only has wisdom path attainment level, he also does not lack wisdom path immortal Gu. If I rashly make deductions on such a wisdom path expert, it might go against the rules of us wisdom path Gu immortals. If I am not careful, I might attract the other party's enmity and create a strong wisdom path enemy for our clan." In the previous life, Fan Yuan disguised the Xingxiang Zi because he peeked at Song Yishur bathing. Thus, Song Jiadan had a reason to appear. In this life, Fan Yuan disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any evidence, and most importantly, he displayed superior wisdom path methods, causing Song Jiadan to feel wariness towards him. Song Yishe and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. The former did not speak, while the latter spoke. Everything has its pros and cons, it is just a matter of choice. Before we came, we had already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder. We would like to ask Cousin Jia Dan to make a move. Song Jiadan nodded. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he was not the decision-maker of the clan. Since that was the case, he did not hesitate anymore. After preparing for a while, he made his move. A long while later, Song Jiadan slowly opened his eyes, showing a trace of fatigue. I cannot deduce it. What, uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it? Don't tell me this Chen Dao is really so strong in Wisdom Path, he is already on par with cousin. Song Yishe and Song Xiaqi were very shocked. Song Jiadan shook his head. The human heart is limited, providence is hard to predict. Maybe this Chen Dao is really amazing, he blocked all of my deductions. Or maybe he is not in Eastern Sea. If not in Eastern Sea, where else? The earth tide has already subsided, there is still a long time before the next earth tide. Song Yishe was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. My cultivation level is only rank 7, it is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yishe muttered, feeling a little dejected and disappointed. Song Jiadan's tone changed, saying, I am more concerned about ascending heaven plane itself. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven, it is a strategic location that people covet. This time, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness retreated, she did not lose her prestige. In this way, it would fuel the flames of greed in some people with ulterior motives. Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators need to be careful. As for the other Righteous Path superforces, even though they cannot directly interfere, they can still disrupt ascending heaven plane's situation. This is the greatest danger that is currently lurking. Cousin is truly insightful, your words make sense. Song Xiaqi's expression changed as he nodded. Song Yishe also showed some worry on her face. If you want me to deduce wise star Chen Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as we follow my arrangements, we will be able to attack the invading lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruolai clan and Kai clan. Song Jiadan said confidently. Central Continent. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Star Fog Concealment. Fan Yuan willed as he activated an immortal killer move. Immediately, a hazy starlight fog appeared. It slowly flowed out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the starlight fog covered Fan Yuan's whole body, so that his features were blurred. Outsiders could only see Fan Yuan's figure through the starlight fog. The modified star fog concealment seems to have succeeded. Fan Yuan inspected it and was overjoyed. This star fog concealment could defend against other people's deductions against him. Fan Yuan left ascending heaven plane. After negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Vu Immortal Blessed Land and used the Light of Wisdom. He modified the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal goo, one of them was Star Thought Immortal Goo. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal goo. Star Thought Immortal Goo was still among them, the other was replaced by Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo by Fan Yuan. Right now, Fan Yuan had Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, which he could not use earlier, could now be put to good use. After my trip to Ascending Heaven Plane, the name of Wisdom Star Chen Dao will soon spread throughout Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World. At that time, they will deduce me. There will definitely be many Gu Immortals looking for information about Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move, it can disguise oneself. But it cannot deal with deductions. With Star Fog Concealment now, I will be much safer in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan thought. Of course, Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, its defense was only against other people's deductions, it could not defend against earth, water, wind, fire, or physical attacks. Secondly, its cores were only 2 rank 6 immortal goo, even a rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal's deductions could only block them for a while. Then, it would collapse. Finally, star fog concealment did not need to be activated continuously. The star fog produced by this move was a layer of defense. As long as the star fog did not dissipate, it could defend against deductions. It was a layer of defense, as long as the star fog did not dissipate. This layer of star fog is filled with star path and wisdom path down marks. It is these disorderly down marks that can block deductions from the outside world. Even if Song Jiadan tries to deduce me, the star fog can block them for a while. I will be alerted and have enough time to use fixed immortal travel to hide in my immortal aperture. Once he entered the immortal aperture, he would be in a different world. Even a rank 8 wisdom path great expert could not do anything if they wanted to deduce it. First was the battlefield killer move Star Soul, then Star Fog Concealment. Fan Yuan's 2 shortcomings were fixed. Next, he would refine the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo. At the same time, he would wait patiently for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make her move. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already pushed aside Shark Demon and Subai Man, but the timing was wrong. She could only go to northern plains. In this life, with my influence, the progress of Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. She made her move earlier. There should be enough time. I hope that Yulu Blessed Land's gains this time will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm and the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment. Earlier, even though Fan Yuan broke through the second layer of the Dream Realm and reached the third layer, he had reached the same progress as in his previous life. Be it Wisdom Path or Star Path attainment levels, they had risen slightly, but they were still at Grandmaster level. Most importantly, the third layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fan Yuan could not understand it. The third layer of the Dream Realm dissipated naturally. It did not give Fan Yuan any gains in attainment level. In the Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited a poem. Fan Yuan could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Days passed. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally established a good relationship with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It was similar to in his previous life. She used Budan to take the initiative to push aside Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fan Yuan did not participate in this process. He only took action when Blazing Heaven Demoness attacked Yulu Blessed Land. Just like he expected, even though the battlefield killer move on moving troops was mystical, without anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fan Yuan expended a lot of energy and immortal essence to break through the final round, completely taking over Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path immortal goo, don't think about it, this is my gift to Little Lon. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 immortal goo. But this star path immortal goo, even though it is rank 6, it is on the list of the top 10 mystical goo, it has high value. If you choose it, you will not be able to choose any other immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fan Yuan. Chapter 995. Central Continent, Star-Form Blessed Land. Fan Yuan was focused, he was refining all-out effort goo meticulously. Large numbers of immortal materials had already melted into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid floated in the air. Fan Yuan willed as his second vital goo, the rank 5 all-out effort goo, was thrown into the liquid. Rise! Soon after, Fan Yuan shouted and stretched out his palm. His 5 fingers spread open as he grabbed at the ground. Crack, crack. With a loud sound, the soil and rocks on the ground flew, enveloping the liquid and forming a ball of soil. This was a refinement path killer move. It was an earth path killer move. Not long ago, Fan Yuan had exchanged for it from Land's spirit of Langia. This was a small benefit of joining Langia sect. Of course, it was not free. Fan Yuan had also deduced an immortal goo recipe for Land's spirit of Langia. It was about 30% complete. This refinement path killer move was not at goo immortal level, but it was very useful. After Fan Yuan modified the all-out effort immortal goo recipe, he used this refinement path killer move many times during the goo refinement process. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fan Yuan's body shook, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and other orifices. The blood did not stop, it turned into 7 snakes that slithered around, hissing and hissing. The 7 blood snakes climbed onto the soil ball. The soil ball coiled into a snake ball. Fan Yuan threw mortal goo one after another. The blood snakes opened their mouths and swallowed. Every time it swallowed a goo worm, its snake body would sink a little deeper into the soil ball. Over 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the soil ball. The surface of the earthen ball was covered with densely packed crimson snake scales. The entire earthen ball seemed to have a life of its own. The crimson snake scales constantly flickered with a faint light. It was as if the soil ball was breathing. Fan Yuan used fire to roast it again. These were 3 different colored flames, roasting the snake scale soil ball. In the blue flame, the flickering light on the soil ball became longer. A layer of white frost appeared on the red snake scales. Fan Yuan used the green flame again. After the barbecue, the glimmer on the earthen ball became livelier, and a thin layer of moss grew out of the frost. Finally, Fan Yuan used some kind of yellow flame. In the flames, the moss on the surface of the earthen ball hardened. The blood cocoon had turned brown. The blood cocoon was decorated with specks of golden light. It was as if Jin Sha had joined in. The yellow flame roasted the earthen ball for the longest time. After roasting it for an entire day and night, the entire brown ball of earth finally turned into a pure gold color. After reaching this step, it finally came to an end. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained a precious breather, and then rested for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering, he took out the golden earthen orb. Originally, the brown earthen ball was as big as a wash basin, but after being roasted to a golden color, the earthen ball was only slightly bigger than a baby's head. The next step was crucial. Fan Yuan took a deep breath and activated a specific goo worm to attack the golden ball. With a bang, the golden earthen ball exploded. Countless golden powder immediately spread out, covering a radius of 3 miles. I failed! Fan Yuan's expression sank. His gaze that was filled with anticipation dimmed. The sky was filled with golden powder, but there was nothing left. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a semi-finished immortal goo. But unfortunately, he did not succeed this time. The immortal materials, immortal yuan stone, and countless mortal goo that he had invested earlier had all gone to waste. The only gain was that Fan Yuan gained some experience in goo refinement. The next time he tried it, he would be able to refine it. The next time he tried, he might be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fan Yuan quickly returned to his normal state of mind. He calmed down. Refining immortal goo was not easy, the success rate was too low. It was normal to have such a failure. Next, he had to accumulate more immortal materials and try again. Fan Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and after experiencing star-thought immortal goo in this life, his mental fortitude in this aspect rose sharply. After resting, he used fixed immortal travel to leave the blessed land, arriving in southern border. The night was deep. Fan Yuan flew all the way to the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars were even clearer and more dazzling. Star eyes. Fan Yuan had obtained this immortal goo recently. It was his harvest from Yulu blessed land. Fan Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately, his pupils turned into whirlpools that rotated continuously. A formless attraction force pulled the starlight in the night sky towards Fan Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 immortal goo star eyes, ranked 10th in the list of 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fan Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after thinking about it, he still chose this immortal goo. Because this goo's investigative ability had already surpassed most investigative immortal killer moves. Using star eyes, Fan Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes for observation. The starlight in black heaven shone on the 5 regions. As long as the starlight shone on a place, Fan Yuan would be able to investigate it. Fan Yuan could stay in central continent, and use the starlight in the night sky to observe southern border, northern plains, and other places. Thus, this goo was ranked 10th. What a pity if there were no drawbacks, this ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's immortal goo's drawback was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a process of communicating with the stars. This was what Fan Yuan was doing right now. The whirlpools in his eyes became slower as the starlight was filtered and eliminated. Eventually, the starlight turned into countless threads that tangled together, forming a thumb-sized starlight thread. One in his left eye and one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight threads. These 2 starlight threads were connected to Fan Yuan's pupil, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended one after another. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated. A mysterious force passed through the starlight thread and spread all the way to the end. Fan Yuan's eyes were wide open, but his vision was filled with darkness. But as Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, he could barely see a faint blue dot in the darkness. Time passed, and soon, a night had passed. Fan Yuan's vision was still filled with darkness. But at the center, the blue dot had already expanded by a lot. As time passes, this blue dot will become bigger and bigger. It will gradually restore the full appearance of the star. I hope the star I chose is slightly smaller, otherwise, I will need a lot of time and effort to completely transform it into my own. If the star was slightly smaller, the time needed for Fan Yuan to completely transform it into his own would be much earlier. Even though the small star's starlight was dim, the large star's starlight had more penetrative power. But Fan Yuan would rather it be like this. He wanted to quickly realize the wondrous use of Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky gradually turned white. Fan Yuan finally stopped. He counted, in just one night, he had used up 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is 10th, the drawback is that it consumes too much. To refine one star, it is no less than 10 rank 6 immortal goo refinements. Fortunately, I can handle this. Let's not talk about my star path attainment level. I am already a Grandmaster, and have the light of wisdom. Star Eyes can be used with other immortal killer moves. It has a wide range of usage. Most importantly, if Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel are used together. Fan Yuan's thoughts spread out. He could not help but smile as he thought of the wondrous use. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this. That was why she used Star Eye's immortal goo. Undeniably, fixed immortal travel and Star Eye's immortal goo were very compatible. In the following days, Fan Yuan tried to refine all-out effort immortal goo while thinking about the battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu left behind. The most important content was how to construct the battlefield killer move in the immortal aperture without damaging it. At the same time, Fan Yuan used his free time to use Star Eye's immortal goo to refine the stars in Black Heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the outside world's information. Time passed as Fan Yuan cultivated. Northern Plains, Central Continent, and other places were not much different from his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains' situation had changed. In Fan Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals barged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the situation that Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan had painstakingly maintained. During this process, Seven Seas Snake Lady even mocked and ridiculed Song Yishur, causing her to exterminate the small village by the sea and kill Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. But in this life, these lone immortals and demonic cultivators were jointly attacked by Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan. Before they could change the situation, they fell apart. The reason was that Blazing Heaven Demoness had brought Fan Yuan to roam around. The 3 Gu immortals were alerted. When the 3 clans fought among themselves, they restrained themselves even more. Once an external force tried to interfere, the 3 clans would immediately join hands. Fan Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that 100 days' battle was happening in Luopa Valley. The Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioga were fighting against the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals led by Qin Baixing. Fan Yuan wanted to find out what the situation was like, but he did not have the ability to do so. He could only set up some investigative Gu worms within 100 li of Luopa Valley. This distance was already very dangerous. If he got any closer, he would be discovered by the Gu Immortals of both sides. Be it Central Continent or the Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting for their lives in the valley. They would definitely be worried about a third party taking advantage of them. They would definitely make many investigative and counter-investigations, setting up battlefield killer moves, setting up goo formations and other preparations. This life is different from my previous life. I purposely left Shuesongzi alive to increase the strength of Shadow Sect's side. There will definitely be some changes in the situation of the 100 Days battle. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but some people managed to break through. And even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jioga. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Fan Yuan was also very curious about the result of the 100 Days battle in this life. But before the outcome was decided, he did not want to get involved. Without self-strength, and without refining all-effort goo, he did not have much confidence in his battle strength. Unknowingly, time passed. 3 days had passed since the end of the 100 Days battle in his previous life. Fan Yuan pinched his fingers and deduced, he was already squatting in Northern Plains, patiently waiting. Chapter 996. 2 figures broke out of Luopa Valley, one at the front and one at the back. They were the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie and Hei Qing. Fan Yuan had a thought. His gaze followed the two, but he did not chase after them. After a while, the Central Continent goo immortals did not come out of Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan guessed. It seems that even though I purposely kept Shuesongzi, I only delayed the result by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. So far, only the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie and Hei Qing managed to escape. Actually, this result was not strange. The key to the outcome of this battle was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing. Fan Yuan kept Shuesongzi, but a mere Shuesongzi did not have much effect on these two. I wonder what will happen in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley in this life? Fan Yuan thought as he chased after them. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped rapidly. His speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a black line in the air as he flew forward. Who is it? Suddenly, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie stopped, his eyes spewing fire. Tai Bai Yunxing appeared with a sneer on his face. You finally came. Today you will die without a doubt. A mere rank 6, humph. The blazing glory lightning brilliance's killing intent erupted as he charged at lightning speed. Boom! He hit Tai Bai Yunxing fiercely. The latter turned into a lump of bubbles and dissipated on the spot. It's fake! The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart shook. He is just a rank 6, he actually dared to stop me, a rank 7. The most important thing is, how did he know my location? Is he a pawn recruited by Central Continent in Northern Plains? He did not participate in the 100 Days battle earlier because his battle strength was too low, he could not be of use. Or did he just arrive? Or do the Central Continent goo immortals not trust him? This blazing glory lightning brilliance was an immortal zombie. But his wisdom path attainment was high. Almost instantly, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He realized the reason behind Tai Bai Yunxing's arrival. He is only rank 6, I have rank 7 cultivation level, I still have 40% of my battle strength. He is not my match and has the aura of a Northern Plains goo immortal. Therefore, it was the most likely possibility. It's to stop me and slow down my escape. Take your time. There's no hurry. Tai Bai Yunxing's illusion appeared again. This illusion was extremely lifelike. Previously, the blazing glory lightning brilliance had been careless, and had mistakenly thought that it was the real body. But now, the blazing glory lightning brilliance activated his divination technique, and with a single glance, he found some clues. Humph! He sneered and fled. Tai Bai Yunxing's battle prowess wasn't strong, and he didn't have any powerful means of escape, so he could only cause chaos. However, the blazing glory lightning brilliance didn't care. He had seen through Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions and was focused on escaping. Where do you think you're going? You shall stay here today. Fan Yuan finally caught up to him. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to create havoc. Both sides used information path methods to monitor the blazing glory lightning brilliance. They could definitely catch up. If not for the fact that Fan Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fan Yuan arrive, Tai Bai Yunxing's heart jumped. Next, it was the crucial moment. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart jumped when he saw Fan Yuan. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. "Feng Jioga!" he cried out in shock. As it turned out, Fan Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Jioga. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. And because he enslaved the Featherman Gu immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Fan Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, Fan Yuan would likely win. "Ignore Heiqing, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that, like in my previous life, the immortal Gu house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has one dark arrow immortal Gu, he is not a threat. And this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial person. Qin Baixing and Jiang Yu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation. He was one of the formation corps. He has a heavy responsibility. He will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Songzi in my previous life. Then, even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans." Fan Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic duel stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. With Fan Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness, as well as his aggressive nature, how could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Fan Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. "Is it really Feng Jioga?" The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Fan Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baixing's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baixing use the terrain to drag Feng Jioga, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baixing would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Jioga and the rest. Why was Feng Jioga here now? The possibility was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already found out, Zhao Lianyan had been secretly sent back to Central Continent. As for Spirit Affinity House, they had a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. They were naturally anxious to bring Zhao Lianyan back. Unless one of Feng Jioga, Ao Shui, or Ling Mei is also an otherworldly demon. But we have already investigated this before. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly. Thinking about Tai Bai Yunxing's illusion, he became even more suspicious of this Feng Jioga. Thus, he escaped while activating an investigative immortal killer move. After probing, he broke out in cold sweat. "This is the real Feng Jioga." At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wished he could grow 70 or 80 wings to help him fly. "My familiar face can deceive even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you see through it? Furthermore, I have star fog concealment to protect me. That is to say, even if you use wisdom path methods to deduce my true appearance, you will need some time." With star fog concealment, Familiar Face's flaws were reduced by more than half. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie deduced Fan Yuan, and Fan Yuan sensed that the star fog was decreasing, he was not a fool, he would continue to use the immortal killer move star fog concealment to resist the deduction and continue to conceal the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could make star fog concealment useless. But the possibility was too low. At least, from the information that Fan Yuan obtained from his previous life's Heilulan, this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not display any wisdom path abilities during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Even though it did not have offensive strength, the grand blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques and rank 7 battle strength was scared half to death by Fan Yuan. It escaped in panic. It had strong movement abilities. It had at least 2 immortal killer moves that were used for movement. Fan Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Fan Yuan had already used wisdom path methods to memorize his surroundings. As long as he saw the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was escaping in, Fan Yuan would teleport there and block its path. This way, Fan Yuan chased and blocked its path at times. Under the encirclement, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was gradually forced to a specific location. Over there, Fan Yuan had already set up many goo worms. Half of the Star Soul battlefield had been set up. As long as he got there and activated his immortal goo, he would only need a few breaths of time to completely open the Star Soul battlefield. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was trapped in the Star Soul battlefield, he would be trapped. But right when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was forced into Fan Yuan's trap, he suddenly turned around and used an immortal killer move to attack Fan Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense crimson flames surged towards Fan Yuan. The temperature in the air rose rapidly. Before the flames even reached him, Fan Yuan could already feel the intense heat. His eyebrows and hair turned yellow instantly. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed loudly. "Scoundrel, you actually dared to deceive me!" Fan Yuan sighed to himself. There were no loopholes without a plan. And his biggest loophole was that his flying speed was not fast enough. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Jioge displayed lightning speed, but Fan Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Fan Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body. He was extremely shrewd. Fan Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment he failed. Now, the situation was reversed. It was Fan Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fan Yuan's. Fan Yuan had enslaved a Featherman Gu immortal. The situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Fan Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie hated Fan Yuan's deception. He was extremely furious. He charged towards Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan became spirited. He laughed loudly. "Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you." Chapter 997. Seeing that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie flew away, Fan Yuan relaxed. He immediately flew in the opposite direction. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, it was best not to expose this goo. After all, fixed immortal travel was too obvious. Once it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path goo immortal, they would be able to deduce Fan Yuan's true identity. "I have fixed immortal travel. Many goo immortals know about it. Sigh, if they did not know about this, it would be much more convenient for me to act." Fan Yuan flew towards the location where the battlefield killer move was set up. After a while, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yinsheng had been waiting for a long time. The tactic of luring the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie failed, Fan Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a sigh of relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, it is very dangerous to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal. Actually, Fan Yuan, you don't need to be so anxious. Central Continent has not discovered us yet, right? Even if he discovers us, Master won't just stand by and watch. Don't forget, we still have fixed immortal travel. In this huge world, where can't we go? We can develop in peace and accumulate our strength. Why must we be the first in everything and put ourselves in danger? Fan Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fan Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunxing about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop in peace, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunxing was not like the reborn Fan Yuan. Only the reborn Fan Yuan knew how deep the waters of the Gu immortal world were. Once the truth about 88-point Jinyang Tower was exposed, the suppression from the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was far more severe than Tai Bai Yunxing could imagine. Even if Fan Yuan wanted to develop in peace, he could not do so. His trade would definitely be destroyed. As long as the Celestial Court releases false information, he would tell the world that Fan Yuan had obtained extraordinary benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, that he had countless immortal Gu, as well as giant sun immortals' luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where Fan Yuan went, he would be suppressed and hunted down. After all, this was not a great era where dreams were rampant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fan Yuan, who possessed giant sun's true inheritance, would be able to defeat him. He would become the focus of the Gu immortal world. But Fan Yuan was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level. He would become the target of countless people. At that time, Fan Yuan, who lacked combat strength, could only wander around like a stray dog. Even if they wanted to develop, they wouldn't be able to. Don't forget, there were still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. He would come looking for trouble with Fan Yuan. But if he had the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage, the situation would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was the peak of the Gu immortal world. Fan Yuan, who was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level, could be hunted down by the whole world. Then Fan Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength, could only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces with immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they would need time, energy, and most importantly, confidence in plotting against Fan Yuan. Thus, there were two situations. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tai Bai Yunxing saw that Fan Yuan was silent, and consoled. Fan Yuan, aren't you forcing yourself too much? There is no need to be like this. Actually, you can change your way of life. We are already immortals, can't we enjoy life once in a while? I am enjoying life. Fan Yuan glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing before raising his head to look afar. After waiting for a while, that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie still hasn't caught up. This person is very calm. With his intellect, he should quickly realize that I had deceived him and that I was just pretending. But this person did not lose his rationality because of anger, instead he focused on escaping. Oh you! Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, sighing. But this Gu formation you set up is really good, it is very interesting. It covers an area of tens of thousands of li, it is the largest Gu formation I have ever seen. Moreover, while I am inside, I can control Gu worms from all over the place and create illusions. What is even more precious is that the Gu worms that make up this Gu formation are all mortal Gu. Where did you get them? Did you get them from Yulu Blessed Land too? Fan Yuan nodded but did not admit it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal Gu from Yulu Blessed Land, he had also obtained Fairy Yulu's cultivation insights. Using the light of wisdom and the inspiration he gained from this, Fan Yuan designed this extremely large Gu formation at the last moment. Fan Yuan said, so what if it covers an area of tens of thousands of li? Think about the 88-point Jinyang Tower, it covers the whole of northern plains. And this Gu formation is actually very fragile. The reason why the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not break it was because he was busy escaping and did not have time to care about it. Alright, pack up, we are going to chase after He Qing. Fan Yuan's scheme against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not succeed. The other party was too astute and calm. But Fan Yuan would not let He Qing go. Fan Yuan had already arranged for the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong to follow He Qing. He instructed him to follow him and avoid fighting. The process of chasing after He Qing was very smooth. Even though He Qing had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow immortal Gu. He had also gone through 100 days of battle. Fan Yuan used the same trick, setting up a trap. This time, he did not disguise as Feng Jioge, he disguised as Kenyang Lao Jun. He Qing was exhausted from escaping, he fell into the trap. Fan Yuan had been waiting for a long time, he activated his immortal Gu and activated Star Soul Battlefield. The pitiful He Qing was constantly being worn down by Star Soul Battlefield. He had no choice but to surrender. Fan Yuan had a thought. He did not take his life, he chose to capture him alive. Just like this, He Qing became the first dazzling achievement in the creation of Star Soul Battlefield. He Qing had great value. At least if he sold him to He Lulan, she would be willing to be slaughtered by Fan Yuan. But before that, Fan Yuan had to conduct a detailed soul search on He Qing. In his previous life, he had obtained a lot of information from He Lulan, but how could it compare to Fan Yuan doing it himself? Bringing the captive He Qing, Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains' situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have this valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will advance rapidly. The after effects of using slavery immortal Gu will disappear quickly, my battle strength will also recover rapidly. Fan Yuan had a deep desire for Luopa Valley. Back then, he chose to exchange for slavery immortal Gu because of Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Qing, Fan Yuan knew that Shuesong Zi had already died during the early stage of the 100 Days War. The situation in the middle stage was similar to his previous life, but towards the end, it was almost the same. I don't know what kind of means Qin Bai Xing used to bind Feng Jioge's limbs. Right now, Luopa Valley is already occupied by Central Continent's Gu immortals. It is not the best time for me to go. Fan Yuan waited patiently. He never lacked patience. Soon, Northern Plains' situation changed. Fan Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found that old ancestor Shui who was stealing the immortal zombie's body. An intense battle erupted. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was captured. Old ancestor Shui whose matter was exposed. Zombie Alliance was furious. Even though the 100 Days War ended a few days later than in his previous life. But old ancestor Shui whose matter still happened. This made Fan Yuan feel some regret. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains so early. If Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan worked together, Fan Yuan's side would face huge pressure. Next, he wanted to sell He Qing for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demoness helped He Lulan, Fan Yuan would be in a much more passive position. What happened next was no different from his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demoness to go to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was responsible for this. Even though she knew that Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to keep it a secret, she chose to go through the regional wall with the 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and the others. Fan Yuan took the initiative to propose a plan to Blazing Heaven Demoness, telling her that this was a plan that he had deduced using wisdom path methods. After Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it, she praised. This is a great plan, I like it. Old ancestor Shui Hu is hard to deal with, but he has a huge weakness. He lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Tell me, with your personality, what do you want from me by proposing this plan? Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this plan was something that she had thought of after returning to Dark Flow City in her previous life. Fan Yuan told her about his desire for a strength path immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated for a moment, but considering Fan Yuan's deep background, she reluctantly agreed to Fan Yuan's request. Fan Yuan did this to be safe. If he failed in obtaining the Immortal Goo House and the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie Body, he still had a way out. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Fan Yuan investigated carefully in Central Continent. He found out that the Central Continent Goo Immortals in Northern Plains had returned. It is time to obtain Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan mobilized Tai Bai Yinxing and Zhou Zhong. Using fixed immortal travel, they went to the depths of Luopa Valley. He had been here in his previous life, and in this life, after soul-searching Heiqing, he knew about the situation inside Luopa Valley. Thus, it was very convenient for him to come here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was still waiting outside, monitoring and preventing outsiders from discovering Luopa Valley. But little did he know that Fan Yuan had already entered the valley. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fan Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to store Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture when a change occurred. There was a song lingering in his ears. This was the song that star constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm. The song was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers surge. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. This time, Fan Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his mind. Fan Yuan's shock was indescribable. This Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Chapter 998. Even the person in question, Fan Yuan, did not know why. When star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again, he inexplicably gained some information in his mind. This information told him that thieving heaven's true inheritance was hidden somewhere in this Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. At the same time, he was suspicious. Could this be a trap left behind by Central Continent's Goo Immortals? There is no thieving heaven true inheritance, but a wisdom path method used to influence the minds of enemies who infiltrate the valley? Fan Yuan quickly calmed down. He started to inspect his body and his surroundings. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. Fan Yuan inspected himself. He did not find anything wrong. He then inspected his surroundings. There were many Goo formations set up in Luopa Valley. There were also many remnants of Goo formations. However, Fan Yuan did not find any wisdom path Goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt that even though there was something fishy about this matter, it was still very believable. Why? Firstly, it was because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Secondly, the information told Fan Yuan that he needed to use open door Goo to enter thieving heaven's true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot affect me. Not to mention that among Central Continent's Goo Immortals, the only wisdom path Goo Immortal, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, the way to prove it is true is very simple. I need to check it out myself. Fan Yuan made up his mind. He carefully approached his destination. On the way, he bypassed 4 Goo formations, and even unraveled 3. Central Continent's Goo Immortals set up a large number of Goo formations around Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect from the outside for a long time. When they attacked the valley, the Goo formations set up by Shadow Sect's Goo Immortals, they were all destroyed by the Central Continent Goo Immortals. After the battle, Central Continent's Goo Immortals officially occupied this valley. By then, the intense battle had already ended. There was no need to set up any Goo formations. Adding on Fan Yuan's rising wisdom path attainment, these Goo formations could not obstruct him. A moment later, he arrived at the location indicated by star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Fan Yuan observed for a long time. He was not in a hurry to activate open door Goo. In the end, he didn't find any clues. It was very safe here. At the very least, Fan Yuan had put in a lot of effort and means. None of them managed to detect anything. After confirming again and again, his eyes shone, finally making up his mind and activating Open Door Goo. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had also used Open Door Goo in Luopa Valley, but it had no effect. Fan Yuan had always thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements were already destroyed by the Shadow Sect. But this time, not long after Fan Yuan activated it, something strange happened. A door of light suddenly appeared in midair. Then, a beam of light shone on Fan Yuan, who was ready for battle. Fan Yuan was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he allowed the light pillar to suck him in. At the next moment, Fan Yuan entered the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. This space was empty. It was very vast. Behind him was the door of light. It did not disappear because he had entered, and it was still there. However, the size of the light door was getting smaller and smaller. If it shrunk to its limit, it might vanish. The sound of wind could be heard from not far away. Fan Yuan shifted his gaze to take a look. His body shook slightly. "Winds of assimilation!" he exclaimed. His gaze was filled with wariness. He was very clear of the power of the winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything and grow him. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by the winds of assimilation. At this moment, dozens of winds of assimilation formed a tornado pillar, moving slowly in the true inheritance space. Fan Yuan quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the winds of assimilation. After a few hundred steps, Fan Yuan calmed down and started to observe this true inheritance space. "To think that there is a space here! Is that strange information real?" Fan Yuan was vigilant. He was still suspicious of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. He was not in a hurry to search for some true inheritance in this true inheritance space. Instead, he concentrated on Closed Door Goo. "If Open Door Goo can enter, then Closed Door Goo can Closed Door Goo?" Fan Yuan activated Closed Door Goo. Sure enough, at the next moment, the shrinking light door in his vision vanished. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He activated Open Door Goo again. Under the effect of this rank 5 mortal goo, a brand new light door formed in front of him. Fan Yuan stepped through this light door, leaving Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space and returning to Luopa Valley. This means that the information should be real. No, more accurately speaking, the parts regarding Open Door Goo and Closed Door Goo should be real. Fan Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the information, although these winds of assimilation are real, they are harmless to me. And I have to get rid of these winds of assimilation to trigger the inheritance of the true inheritance. Fan Yuan carefully got close to one of the winds of assimilation, revealing his true form and extending his 8 thick arms. He slowly extended one of his arms into the tornado pillar. Suddenly, the deep roaring winds of assimilation dissipated completely. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered, "Unbelievable! These winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but in this true inheritance space, they are restricted to this extent. Even if the Goo Immortal who set this up is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, just based on this method, he is definitely an unparalleled great expert." Although one of the winds of assimilation disappeared, Fan Yuan was not careless. Every time he touched the wind pillar, he was extremely cautious. If anything went wrong, he would retreat at lightning speed. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would use Open Door Goo and Closed Door Goo to keep the light door closest to him. This way, even if something happened and he could not use fixed immortal travel in time, Fan Yuan could travel through the light door at an even faster speed and return to the outside world. Under Fan Yuan's hard work, the winds of assimilation disappeared one after another. They disappeared one after another. After a while, all that was left was the tornado pillar in the center. Fan Yuan looked at it and found this tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Fan Yuan's ears. He could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance is inside the wind pillar? Fan Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished. A person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air, wearing a red and white robe. He let out a weak trace of rank 8 aura. "Feng Jioge!" Fan Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jioge reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Fan Yuan's body, Feng Jioge turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Fan Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Fan Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed-door goo. As the light door closed, Fan Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Jioge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Baisheng, where are Ao Shui and Ling Mei? Fan Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal goo floating in front of Fan Yuan. This information path goo worm was left behind by Feng Jioge. After Fan Yuan picked it up. After finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Fan Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kim Huang's father. You saved my life today, I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space. You will inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan touched this letter goo. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter goo into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left. It was where Fan Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar. You are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Ben Jiesun. People call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called Ghostly Concealment. At the next moment, Fan Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Fan Yuan ignored this gray light. He activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Jioge did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe. He does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life. I am afraid it is true. Fan Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Jioge did not attack Fan Yuan directly. It might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Fan Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Fan Yuan had profited greatly this time. Showing kindness to Feng Jioge, this huge favor might be of great use in the future. Obtaining ghostly concealment, even though Fan Yuan did not know what use it had, but it was still the Thieving Heaven inheritance. Other than these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge might have already left Luopa Valley. Now is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan decided to act. Chapter 999. Hui Fengzi was shocked and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, he was forced by the situation. But since he had joined a Central Continent force, he could only work for Central Continent for the time being. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals placed him here and ordered him to guard Luopa Valley, they had naturally arranged many methods on him. Hui Fengzi was controlled by others. For his own safety, he had to stand up and stop Fan Yuan from taking Luopa Valley. But when he saw Fan Yuan, the furious Hui Fengzi's body shook as he shouted in fear. Feng Jioge! Fan Yuan glanced at him plainly with a plain expression. The Central Continent Gu immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Thus, they had to arrange some backup plans in Northern Plains. As astute as Fan Yuan was, how could he not consider this? Therefore, before he collected Luopa Valley, he changed into Feng Jioji's appearance. So the Central Continent Gu immortals arranged for Hui Fengzi to stay here. It seems that Central Continent's methods are not bad. They made this Northern Plains fastest person go against his will to protect Central Continent's benefits. Furthermore, looking at his expression, did he not see Feng Jioge leave earlier? Is Feng Jioge still in this valley? No, that is not possible. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sex Gu immortals have already broken out. Feng Jioge knows this is a dangerous place. His injuries are extremely severe. Even though he wants to repay me for saving his life, he is indeed in a hurry to escape. In the true inheritance space, he did not even say a word to me. One must be vigilant against others. Feng Jioge's decision was very wise. After all, Fan Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life, when Zhao Lianyun appeared, Feng Jioge took the initiative to instruct. In this life, when it was Fan Yuan's turn, Feng Jioge kept quiet. Needless to say, if Fan Yuan knew of Feng Jioge's existence, he would have attacked. Even if they killed one Feng Jioge, they would not be able to obtain his immortal Gu. Obtaining his soul and searching his soul was also a great fortune. Furthermore, if they captured Feng Jioge alive, be it extorting Spirit Affinity House, or Feng Jioge's enemies, it would be a huge deal. Feng Jioge's injuries are extremely serious. He was deeply vigilant. He didn't say a word to me. Perhaps after leaving Luopa Valley, he had also discovered Hui Fengzi, but he did not greet him. Firstly, he didn't know that Hui Fengzi had surrendered. Secondly, even if he knew that Hui Fengzi had surrendered to Zhongzhou State, he was still afraid of internal strife among the 10 ancient sections. After all, the human heart was unfathomable. And Feng Jioge's current state. We can no longer take the risk. Fan Yuan's expression didn't change, but his mind was already racing. In the short span of a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It's true! Hui Fengzi secretly used some methods. After verifying the authenticity, he let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge was the leader of Central Continent's Gu immortals. If he took Luopa Valley, Hui Fengzi would have no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Jioge. Hui Fengzi obediently flew over and bowed towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. I understand what happened. I have already understood it. Protect me, do not disturb me when taking Luopa Valley. It was a short sentence, not much was said. But he had already explained some problems in advance, to prevent Hui Fengzi from having more suspicions. Yes, Lord! Hui Fengzi quickly nodded. Like this, under Hui Fengzi's loyal protection, Fan Yuan successfully took Luopa Valley. This is Luopa Valley. Even though it has been taken, there are still many blessed lands left. You will continue to guard this place, do not make any mistakes. Before leaving, Fan Yuan told Hui Fengzi solemnly. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything, he quickly acknowledged. Fan Yuan slowly flew away from this place. Since Feng Jioge has already escaped, it means that Qin Bai Xing has already been defeated. Hui Fengzi looked at Feng Jioji's back and sighed in his heart at Feng Jioji's strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised at this result. After all, he knew that Qin Bai Xing was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no! Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. There is internal competition. Feng Jioge is only a member of Spirit Affinity House. I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I need to spread this information to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. He quickly used his information path method. Princess Impatience soon received his message. Oh? Feng Jioge is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience could not contain his joy, he laughed heartily. Furthermore, after Fan Yuan left Weifengzi, he flew quickly and met up with Tai Bai Yunxing and the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong after he was relatively safe. These two had already been arranged by Fan Yuan to stay far away. They were prepared for emergencies. At the same time, he had been communicating with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If there was any danger, he would inform them. Adding on the relationship between He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demonis, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared, Fan Yuan could barely deal with them. Of course, the current situation could not be any better. Fan Yuan alone successfully took Luopa Valley. And He Lulan was not like in his previous life. She did not have He Cheng's soul. She could not know of Luopa Valley's existence. Fan Yuan planned to get rich silently. He would not tell them about Luopa Valley's matter. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering attitude, she would definitely demand something from Luopa Valley. Even if I want to use Luopa Valley to transact with them in the future, that will be when my soul attains great completion. Fan Yuan returned to Starform Blessed Land. He placed Luopa Valley there. He Lulan often went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She wanted to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men refine Air Sac Gu. Thus, it was not wise to place Luopa Valley in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter of Luopa Valley came to an end, but Fan Yuan's mental state was still unsettled. Luopa Valley's gains far surpassed his expectations, but the process was far beyond Fan Yuan's control of the situation. He lost control of the situation. Fan Yuan hated this feeling. He felt waves of unease. In Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Fan Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fan Yuan inspected his body. He found that his soul was wrapped in a layer of down marks. But what was the true use of ghostly concealment? Fan Yuan still had not figured it out. Fortunately, he had already joined Langya sect. Thus, Fan Yuan personally went to Langya Blessed Land to ask about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Land Spirit of Langya did not conceal anything. He did not make any requests. He told Fan Yuan a lot of information. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has many inheritances, but there are only 10 true inheritances. The inheritance you obtained earlier made me promise to refine Gu 3 times. These are not true inheritances. Every Thieving Heaven true inheritance. They are all peerless treasures. They are the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Even chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven if they obtain them. But there is only one standard for every true inheritance. That is, the inheritor must be an otherworldly demon. According to rumors, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has 2 defensive killer moves called Divine Concealment. The use of Divine Concealment is to block all deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for Ghostly Concealment, it has always been very mysterious. I do not know much about it. It seems to be related to the soul. Eh? You are suddenly interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? Why? Did you obtain some clues about Thieving Heaven true inheritances? Fan Yuan laughed heartily. You guessed right. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. If I had Divine Concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise. It would no longer be harassed by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. It is a pity that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable arranged 10 true inheritances in the past. They are extremely secretive. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining his true inheritance. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are a pair. Inheriting one of them will give you clues to the other. Fan Yuan, if you can obtain Divine Concealment and contribute it to Langya sect, I will make you the 2nd Supreme Elder. In the whole of Langya sect, you will only be below me. You will have great authority. Furthermore, you can also obtain a rank 7 Immortal Gu from my treasury for free. Ah no, at least 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan nodded. The change in Land Spirit of Langya's nature was indeed very beneficial to him. At least, if it was the previous Land Spirit of Langya, with his conservative nature, he would not have promised Fan Yuan such benefits. However, if I obtain Divine Concealment, it will be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole everywhere. Nobody could deduce his location. Wasn't it because of divine concealment and ghostly concealment? This inheritance is countless times more precious than 2 rank 7 immortal goo. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with joy. Land Spirit of Langia had an awkward expression before laughing, resolving the awkwardness. You are right. Actually, I have not finished speaking. Not only are there 2 rank 7 immortal goo, there are also countless immortal goo recipes and even immortal killer moves, all sorts of secrets, inheritance clues and so on. You can check them all. How is it? Is this reward enough? That's more like it. When I obtain divine concealment, I will return. Fan Yuan obtained the information he wanted. He did not linger in Langia Blessed Land. He turned around and left. Langia Land Spirit's eyes were wide open as he looked at Fan Yuan's back, muttering, "This guy, he might really have some clues. If I obtain divine concealment, what do I have to worry about? Waha! Even if he becomes the second Supreme Elder, the other hairy man goo immortals will only listen to me. Waha!" I accidentally blurted out the words in my heart again. Land Spirit of Langia covered his mouth, looking at Fan Yuan anxiously. Fan Yuan was already used to this. He laughed internally. If it were any other force or organization, he might be on guard and be careful. But after joining Langia's sect, with such a leader, it was simply too easy. "I heard everything you said," Wang Yao said. Fan Yuan waved his hand at Land Spirit of Langia without turning back, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Langia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langia was left behind with a dejected expression, stomping his feet in hatred as he mumbled, "Damn it! Damn it!" After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. "I am a transmigrator. Even though my body is born here, my soul is an otherworldly guest. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance." Earlier, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's words seemed to imply that he is also an otherworldly demon. Inheriting Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is both difficult and easy. The key is only one point, that is my identity as an otherworldly demon. No wonder Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance and spread clues everywhere. I was curious earlier why the clues of open door goo and closed door goo were so easily obtained. But after I obtained ghostly concealment, there are no clues of divine concealment. This means that divine concealment has already been obtained by someone else? Chapter 1000. Fan Yuan still had many questions. He consulted the Land Spirit of Langia, but it did not give him the answer he wanted. As for ghostly concealment, Fan Yuan still did not have any concrete clues. Up till now, he only knew that ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Concealment of God is already so extraordinary. The ghostly concealment that is on par with it shouldn't be too far off. Actually, compared to ghostly concealment, I'm more concerned about that song. Every time he thought of this, Fan Yuan would subconsciously frown. The poem that star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the dream realm was very strange. Logically speaking, the poem originated from a dream and should have nothing to do with reality. But Fan Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this poem had a great practical meaning. It was almost a prophetic poem. Speaking of predictions, this has always been the forte of Wisdom Path great experts. For example, Immortal Yen prophesied about the 3 venerables. Is this a prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fan Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the number 1 person in Wisdom Path. After her death, she left behind a method to scheme against 3 demon venerables and protect Celestial Court. Such dazzling battle achievements made her position in Wisdom Path as firm as a mountain, and future generations could only look up to her. Her dream was special, and it was not surprising that it had the function of prophecy. Moreover, although Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, at that time, the dream path was developing rapidly and was in full swing. There were countless dream realms that had yet to be fully explored. It wasn't strange that Fan Yuan didn't know about such a special dream. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. Life is full of misfortunes. The first line of this poem should be talking about Luo Pavali's thieving heaven true inheritance and Feng Jioge. What's the second sentence? Broken swords sink into the sand, rise and fall through the ages. The endless heavenly river surges. Fan Yuan murmured. Heavenly river. Falling heavenly river? Broken sword sinks into sand. Are you talking about the number one swordsman, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he lost his life to the calamity. When he rose, the 5 regions all had their eyes on him. When he was defeated, there was no corpse left, and the light dissipated. It can be said to be the rise and fall of thousands of years. After experiencing Luo Pavali, Fan Yuan had already memorized the entire poem. The more he calculated, the more he felt. The second line of the poem was related to Sword Immortal Bo Qing, combined with the memories of his past life. Fan Yuan's determination to explore the falling sky river became even firmer. He had always wanted to go. Even though it was dangerous, the corpses of the ancient and primordial level wild beasts and desolate plants at the source of the falling heavenly river were all excellent immortal ingredients. Even though it could not compare to the rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials that Fan Yuan obtained in Earth Trench, it was still not enough. But the amount of immortal materials was extremely huge, and the total value was even higher than what Fan Yuan had gained in the Earth Trench. Even though he had fallen to the bottom of the heavenly river, a large number of Gu immortals died. But at the initial stage of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal made a huge profit. It was a huge windfall. It seems that immortal zombie Bo Qing's appearance has great value. However, now was not the best time to explore. Firstly, there is no pattern when the sword lights erupt, just a graze and you will be injured. It is too dangerous. Secondly, there are countless ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants living at the bottom of falling heavenly river. There are turbulent undercurrents and whirlpools everywhere. It is extremely dangerous. Even though Fan Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Familiar Face, this move had its limits. Fan Yuan could only transform into a human form at the moment. He could not transform into beasts or other species. The original version of Familiar Face could change anything. Why? Because Fan Yuan had not refined Change Form Immortal Gu. Change Form Immortal Gu was the core of Familiar Face. Once he had Change Form Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could transform into other species and break away from the shackles of only being able to disguise as a human. But even with Change Form Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could not enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, there were countless dangerous natural traps in falling heavenly river that could take Fan Yuan's life. Only when Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting would falling heavenly river be cleansed by the sword lights, the beasts and plants would be cleared, and the natural traps would also be destroyed. This was the best chance to enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. For the time being, Fan Yuan could only wait. There was no better way. Back to Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's Impatience was one of the peak existences in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. But his true identity was a Central Continent spy arranged by Spirit Affinity House for many years. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu Master. He ascended to Gu Immortal along the way, becoming a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, it was because of Spirit Affinity House's support. On the other hand, it was his own hard work and talent that allowed him to reach his current level. Prince's Impatience was loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He was clear about Feng Jioge's strategic importance to Spirit Affinity House. During the period when Feng Jioge was missing, he had been extremely worried. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned that Feng Jioge had appeared, he was overjoyed. However, he did not know that the Feng Jioge in this message was Fan Yuan in disguise. He waited for a few days, but did not see Feng Jioge. I am Spirit Affinity House's leader in Northern Plains. Since Feng Jioge has escaped, why didn't he come to find me? Did he encounter some strong enemy or trouble? Prince's Impatience knew about Feng Jioge's battle strength, but he also knew about the intense battle between Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing. Feng Jioge had been trapped for so long, and only now did he appear. This information itself hinted at Feng Jioge's sorry state. But since Feng Jioge has escaped, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? Right now, the other Central Continent Gu immortals have already returned. If he wants to return to Central Continent, he might not be able to do it alone. He needs to borrow my strength. Does he not trust me? Princess Impatience was puzzled when he received a letter from Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The letter stated that several days ago, Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment, and also learned that ghostly concealment was the thieving heaven true inheritance in Luopa Valley. Since Princess Impatience could become rank 8, he was naturally a perceptive person. After receiving the letter, he suddenly understood. So that's it. He heaved a long sigh. A world with people. There would be conflicts. No matter how united an organization was, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioge had been domineering for too long. He had definitely caused dissatisfaction among Spirit Affinity House's internal forces. This dissatisfaction erupted when Feng Jioge went missing. Just by looking at the date when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Princess Impatience knew that someone was intentionally stalling for time. He immediately understood Feng Jioge's plan. It seems that Feng Jioge is restraining himself. He wants to see who in the sect is plotting against him. Or perhaps, he has already seen through them, but he could not find an excuse to suppress them. He wants to use this chance to grab hold of their weakness. He will send these people into the abyss. Thus, there's no way Feng Jioge would come to me so soon. Because he knows that he cannot influence me, I will immediately send this news back to the sect. But I am the safest here. I am the force he needs to rely on to return to Central Continent. He was not a man without wisdom, but a hero with a strategy. Outside there is Shadow Sect. Inside, there is internal strife. He is likely to be injured. Even if he does not come here, he will definitely get close to me. If anything happens, he will be able to ask for help from me in time. Thus, if I search, I should first search the surroundings. Thinking of this, Princess Impatience's eyes flickered with bright light. He immediately moved. When a rank 8 Gu Impatience searched with all his might, the results were extraordinary. Soon, Princess Impatience found Feng Jioge. Ha ha ha, Brother Jioge, you made me search for so long. You made me look for you for a long time. He was extremely happy as he patted Feng Jioge's shoulder and laughed loudly. I hope Brother Crown Prince will not blame me. Feng Jioge's expression was still pale. I understand. Princess Impatience nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place to recuperate. This Feng Jioge was naturally not Fan Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and talked. They knew that someone else was involved in the matter of Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience was slightly angry. Hui Fengzi did not do his job well, he should be punished. As for the Gu immortal who took Luopa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan's image flashed in Feng Jioge's mind. He did not speak. Princess Impatience continued. When I saw you, I sent a message back to the sect. The fact that you came back alive is the best news I've ever received. I can't let my sister-in-law and niece wait for me in sorrow. When you recover, I will hold a celebration banquet for you for 7 days and 7 nights before arranging for your return to Central Continent. At that time, we will drink to our heart's content. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. He knew what Princess Impatience meant. To Princess Impatience, he was in Central Continent, he was half an outsider, he had to consider the rise and fall of the sect and its benefits. Feng Jioge wanted to suppress the other Gu immortals in other sects. If it was too intense, it would cause internal friction in the sect. Princess Impatience did not want to see this. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Jioge's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Crown Prince is truly considerate. Feng Jioge cupped his fists. His words were very subtle. Hearing this reply, Princess Impatience laughed even more happily. When the news spread to Spirit Affinity House, the higher-ups cheered. Feng Jioge's disappearance gave these Gu immortals a lot of mental pressure. When Feng Jioge was around, they had subconsciously neglected his importance. This time, his disappearance made Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals realize the importance of Feng Jioge to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong stopped crying and smiled. Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile on her face. Some were happy, while others were sad. Feng Jioge did not die. We will not have a good time in the following days. Su Hao and Li Juning had heavy moods. They purposely delayed and did not report the news of Zhao Lianyun, although it was not obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Even if Feng Jioge could not find any evidence against them, when he returns, he would definitely be dissatisfied with Su Hao and Li Juning. It was natural for him to suppress them. Feng Jioge's news was sent to Spirit Affinity House in advance. There was naturally no higher-ups meeting. There was also no Fairy Bai Qing investigating Bo Qing. However, the matter of Bo Qing's immortal zombie reappearing still happened unstoppably. Swords traversed Central Continent. Countless sword lights shocked mortals and immortals. When the sword lights calmed down, countless Gu immortals started to rush to the source of falling heavenly river. But before them, Fan Yuan had already arrived at the scene of the incident. Chapter 1001. This is the immemorial desolate beast Myriad Eyes Clear Bull? Fan Yuan looked at falling heavenly river. A sinking bullhead attracted his attention. He quickly went over and used his methods to fish up this bullhead. Immemorial desolate beasts were powerful lifeforms that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull had a huge body. Just this bullhead was the size of a hill. And it was very heavy. Fan Yuan had pulled out Luo Pavali before, but just this bullhead was heavier than Luo Pavali. Most of this bullhead's weight is on the bull's horns. Amazing, this bull horn was cut off by the sword light. Only half is left, but it is still so heavy. Fan Yuan was inwardly tongue-tied. This bull horn was a rank 8 immortal material. It was filled with metal path and earth path down marks. And this bull's skin was very rare. It had a lot of water path down marks. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan only had the bull's head part of the hide. If it was the bull's myriad eyes striped hide, not only would it have water path down marks, it would also have light path down marks. It would be great for making investigative immortal goo. However, the pair of eyes on the bull's head was where the essence of the 1,000 eyes clear bull lay. This bull's eyes were dark and deep. They had a lot of dark path down marks. When Fan Yuan obtained it, there were still many wild dark path mortal goo inside. Most of them were rank 5, they had not escaped yet. The eyes of the 10,000 eyes bright bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The myriad eyes clear bull's true organs for seeing were the eye patterns on its thick bull's skin. This was very mystical. For a rank 8 life form like this, the down marks on its body had formed a mystical life instinct. For example, the 10,000 li mouth boa was also an immemorial desolate beast. It had the powerful ability to regrow broken limbs. And what gave it this ability were the mystical down marks on its body. Only by destroying these down marks could it truly kill the 10,000 li mouth boa. But the 10,000 li mouth boa was a life form that lived in the depths of earth trenches or earth abyss. It did not exist in Falling Heavenly River. The life forms in Falling Heavenly River mainly used water path, with earth path, metal path, wind path, light path, and dark path as supplementary paths. There were very few fire path life forms. This is the right arm of the ancient desolate beast Icefall Divine Ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, Snow Mud Crocodile. What is this? Whatever, I'll put it away first. Fan Yuan was prepared for this and quickly plundered everything. These were all broken limbs and body parts. There were some that Fan Yuan could recognize, and some that he couldn't. There were many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. There were only a few primordial beasts. But this was a rank 8 immortal material. It was also extremely valuable. Every time Fan Yuan made a discovery, he could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Good heavens! This looks like a life and death kunpeng! Fan Yuan exclaimed. When he was about to collect all the immortal materials floating on the river, he found the 19th rank 8 immortal material. It was a gray fish the size of a ship. It does not have fins, but in the fin area there were Taoist markings of feathers and wings. Life and Death Kunping is a rule path immemorial desolate beast. It is extremely special. Its body was filled with life and death Tao marks, and it had two life forms. One was a fish, the other was a bird. As a fish, it lived for 8,000 years. After dying, it turned into a bird and lived for another 8,000 years before truly dying. This life and death Kunpeng looks like it is about to turn into a bird. It is probably over 7,000 years old. Fan Yuan sighed. Even though humans were the spirit of all living beings, their lifespan was very short. Especially immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the plants and trees. The most famous example was Northern Plains Kumu Mountain. It was not a mountain, but an old earth tree. This tree had over 1,000,000 years of history. It was extremely huge, that was why it was called a mountain. Compared to it, even primordial origin immortal venerable who had the longest lifespan was only 25,000 years. Red Lotus demon venerable who had the shortest lifespan was only 3,000 years. He was not even a fraction of the old earth tree's age. This life and death Kunping. Its corpse was relatively intact. Only the fish head was cut off by the sword light, but the entire fish body was still intact. Furthermore, it had life and death Tao marks. This special rule path Tao mark was very rare in the world. Thus, it was even more valuable. This life and death Kunping is probably my biggest gain this time. After keeping the life and death Kunping in his immortal aperture, Fan Yuan sighed to himself. At this time, the blood in falling heavenly river was boiling. Large numbers of fierce beasts, and even some immemorial level water plants. They were all fighting over these broken corpses and limbs. Fan Yuan did not have enough battle strength. He could only rely on his sharp eyes and quick hands to collect the immortal materials that floated out of the river. But from time to time, some immortal materials floated out. Most of these immortal materials were collected by Fan Yuan. Some were intimidated by the ferocious beasts in the water. Fan Yuan wisely did not fight with these beasts for food. Gradually, the situation under the river was in chaos. These severed limbs and minced meat were also excellent food for these creatures. As their food dwindled, they started to fight and kill each other. Sometimes, the corpses of some dead ancient desolate beasts would float out of the river. Fan Yuan took the chance to take advantage of them. He really made a fortune. As time passed, Fan Yuan's gains became lesser and lesser. The risk of picking up immortal materials also became higher. He was hesitant. On one hand, he wanted to stop and leave. On the other hand, he wanted to explore the river. After all, the second line of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's poem seemed to be referring to immortal zombie Bo Qing. But all of this was just his guess. He was not too sure. Right at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again. Her voice was lonely, a hero in dire straits. Life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river rumbles. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace? Things change and hearts change, only providence is boundless. As the song faded, a second mysterious message appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing, Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fan Yuan was shocked, bright light shined in his eyes. So what if I take a risk? As long as I obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Gu, even if I cannot display its true power, I can still obtain a quasi-immortal Gu house. Fan Yuan was very decisive. He immediately left this area of the river and dove into the river far away. Because the sword lights had swept through the area, and because almost all of the fierce lifeforms were fighting in that river, Fan Yuan's diving was very smooth. In fact, he even picked up many natural immortal materials, like snow, mud, refractory water, Chilean ice, and so on. Arriving at the place where the mysterious message pointed him, Fan Yuan slowly stopped in the river. he took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do? Mo Yao's fake will was furious at first, but it was soon weakened by Fan Yuan's methods. It was defenseless, and could only let Fan Yuan do whatever he wanted. There seems to be providence in it. Mo Yao, your fake will cause me to collapse 88-point Jinyang Tower. I will take it back today. Mo Yao's fake will was restrained by Fan Yuan. It slowly dissipated as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a pillar of light appeared, an unparalleled sword chi soared into the sky. Fan Yuan almost retreated in shock, but the sword chi did not affect him. It only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle to him. In the pillar of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fan Yuan held his breath, his eyes fixed on Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still shut. This meant that Mo Yao's remnant soul inside the zombie body was still in a daze. This remnant soul had only sensed a familiar aura, and was lured by Fan Yuan's method, appearing earlier. His whole body was shrouded in sword light. Fan Yuan could only get 3 steps closer. This distance was already the limit. If he got any closer, Fan Yuan would not be able to conceal himself. After all, he was only relying on Mo Yao's remnant fake will from back then. And this fake will had already been weakened by Fan Yuan many times. Basically, I cannot use any other methods now. I can only use Mo Yao's will to disguise my aura and lure the immortal goo out of immortal zombie Bo Qing's body. Fan Yuan was very careful, afraid that he would wake the other party up if he made any big movements. Actually, the most effective method was to take away all of immortal zombie Bo Qing's rank 8 immortal essence. That way, no matter how many immortal goo he had, no matter how powerful they would have no origin. However, there was also the possibility of special existences like Dreamwing's immortal goo. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had been dead for a long time, his immortal aperture's dead land had already dissipated. If not for the dense sword light surrounding his body, Fan Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality did not go as Fan Yuan wished. The dense sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. If it offended him, he would be struck by the destructive sword light. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fan Yuan acted according to the method. He soon obtained an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a goose egg. The eggshell was translucent. From the outside, one could see a dense jade green light inside. As it got closer, Fan Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal goo. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Although he did not know what immortal goo this was or what use it had, the strong aura of the immortal goo told him that this was a rank 7 immortal goo. What kind of person was Bo Qing back then? Even in history, he had the highest battle strength below Venerable. Although he was not invincible in the world, it was still easy for him to suppress Shongzhou state. The immortal goo he used were probably not rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal goo were definitely rank 8. If not for that, he would not have such terrifying battle strength in history. Fan Yuan used Mo Yao's aura to carefully wrap around this immortal goo. He then used wisdom path methods to seal it layer by layer. These seals were very weak, they could only deceive. They deceived this immortal goo's consciousness, making it think that it was still in its owner's hands and had not fallen into someone else's hands. Fan Yuan could not touch this immortal goo for now, he kept it in his immortal aperture. Next, he did the same thing to Bo Qing, using his methods. Chapter 1002. This immortal goo was only the size of an adult's index finger. It was silvery white in color, shining with a dazzling luster. It was shaped like a centipede, but the centipede's 100 feet were covered with soft hairs. This looks like sword eyebrows immortal goo. Fan Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. This was one of the pieces of information he learned from the information given by Feng Qimhong. Sword immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 immortal goo Jian Mei. It was not an offensive goo but used for sword path cultivation. When a goo immortal uses it, it can transform the goo immortal's eyebrows. Every thin eyebrow was engraved with a sword down mark. Down marks had a huge amplification effect on the power of immortal goo. No matter how thick or short a person's eyebrows were, if one were to really count them, there would definitely be quite a number of eyebrows. This immortal goo is very valuable, but to me, it is better than nothing. After all, I do not walk the path of sword path. Fan Yuan also used Mo Yao's aura to cover this immortal goo, storing it carefully. A moment later, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fan Yuan. This immortal goo was quite special. Its shape was uncertain. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a sword. Its entire body seemed to be a light blue, translucent liquid. After it was lured out, it flew around Fan Yuan's surroundings. The liquid formed the shape of a blade, vivid and lifelike. However, due to the constant movement of the sword, the blade was as smooth as silk, yet it gave Fan Yuan an extremely sharp feeling. Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body's defense was not bad. But when this immortal goo revolved around his body, everywhere he went, Fan Yuan could feel a splitting sensation coming from the skin closest to it. Combining the information, Fan Yuan guessed that this immortal goo should be rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to kill him. He was preparing to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8. But he failed. The goo refinement failure caused Bo Qing to suffer heavy losses. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo. After that, he worked tirelessly to raise the rank 6 wave sword goo to rank 7. The fourth immortal goo. It was the flying sword goo. From the outside, it had the appearance of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal goo was one of Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo in battle. He used this goo as the core, along with other immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo. He created many sword path killer moves that left a deep mark in history. For example, Invisible Flying Sword Killer Move, Sky Flying Sword Killer Move, Chasing Flying Sword Killer Move, 10,000 Li Flying Sword Killer Move, the fifth immortal goo. It was an immortal goo used for movement, called Sword Escape Goo. It was shaped like a bee with golden needles. Once it was activated, its body turned into a sharp sword that pierced through space and moved forward. Its speed was almost on par with Chi Escape Immortal Goo of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, there was one such example among the countless illustrious military achievements. When he was rank 7, he fought against a Goo Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the Goo Immortal was no match. He used the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo to escape. Bo Qing chased with Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Although he did not chase, the distance did not increase. Next, Bo Qing used the Immortal Killer move. One of the core immortal goo of this move was this Sword Escape Immortal Goo. With one move, the enemy's head flew off, life and death were decided. After collecting the 5 immortal goo, Fan Yuan did not want to end here. He continued to attack the sleeping Bo Qing immortal zombie. Mo Yao's fake will was limited. He had already expended 65% of it. I wonder what immortal goo will be next? Fan Yuan was filled with anticipation and nervousness. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. If immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, it would be very disadvantageous to him. But Fan Yuan already knew that the one occupying the corpse was Mo Yao's remnant soul. He had methods to deal with it. With his glib tongue, it was not impossible to deceive the immortal zombie and remnant soul. What he was afraid of was that once immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, he would be furious and not give Fan Yuan any time. He would directly kill him. Fan Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to awaken immortal zombie Bo Qing. He would not entrust his life to other people's reactions. This time, he activated the immortal goo, but there was no reaction. This was the longest time in history. More than half an hour had passed, but there were still no clues. Could it be that immortal zombie Bo Qing no longer has any immortal goo? That should not be possible, right? If he only has these immortal goo, how could he activate the sword light that covered the whole of Central Continent and had unparalleled might? After a full 2 hours, there was not much Mo Yao's fake will left in Fan Yuan's hands. He suddenly had a thought. He had set up many investigative mortal goo and goo formations near the shore of falling heavenly river. Suddenly, a large number of mortal goo and goo formations were pulled out one after another. Other goo immortals are coming! Fan Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fan Yuan had been picking up immortal materials on the river surface. He had been delayed for a long time. Thinking about it, it was not strange for a goo immortal to come now. But if this goo immortal discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the river and approached Fan Yuan, then Fan Yuan would be in trouble. Fan Yuan was not worried about this goo immortal, but immortal zombie Bo Qing. After all, outsiders did not have Mo Yao's fake will and did not know the situation. What if they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing and let the latter see that Fan Yuan was stealing his immortal goo? Hee. The result was obvious. It was very likely that Fan Yuan would not even have time to speak before he was killed by immortal zombie Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will is almost completely used up. I need to leave in time. After all, I need to continue concealing my aura on the way. So I cannot completely use up Mo Yao's fake will in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing. Fan Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he directly activated fixed immortal travel, the immortal goo's aura would definitely wake up Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing. He would be courting death. However, just as Fan Yuan was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. The sixth immortal goo finally appeared in front of him after a long time. This immortal goo's appearance was very simple. It was like a bubble. It was fluttering and did not look impressive. But the aura it emitted caused Fan Yuan's eyes to widen involuntarily. This was a rank 8 sword path immortal goo. No wonder it took so long to hook it out. But what immortal goo is this? At once, Fan Yuan could not figure out what this rank 8 immortal goo was. He did not have time to think. He immediately used the previous method, keeping it in his immortal aperture. Leave! Leave quickly! This time, his gains were already huge, far exceeding Fan Yuan's expectations. Huge gains, a huge pot full, these were not enough to describe his gains. In comparison, the gains in the Earth Trench inheritance could not even compare to this. Next, goo immortals who came to explore falling heavenly river. There would be more and more of them. If they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing, thus, he could not stay here for long. The process of leaving falling heavenly river was very smooth. That goo immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level. He had already digested the shock in his heart. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the fierce battle between the fierce beasts in the river. From time to time, there would be top-quality immortal materials. They would float to the surface. Then, they would be swallowed by the surging waves. This goo immortal wanted to snatch these flesh and limbs, but he was hesitant and did not dare to make a move. After all, the best time had passed. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, the risk would be huge. Fan Yuan left falling heavenly river far away. His heart relaxed slightly. Just as he was activating fixed immortal travel, his body suddenly shook. I remember now! This rank 8 immortal goo is likely the legendary wisdom sword goo. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with wild joy. This immortal goo was created by Bo Qing. Back then, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he suffered a lot from Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. To deal with Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo is not just a Sword Path Immortal Goo, it also contains Wisdom Path profundities. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan immediately decided that when he subdued these Immortal Goo in the future, he would choose this Goo first. Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level. This gave Fan Yuan a vague realization. As long as he obtained Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and used it, Fan Yuan's gains would not be as simple as a rank 8 Immortal Goo. His Wisdom Path methods would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. There would be a huge qualitative change. After safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan realized another important point. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Goo, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, and Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Unknowingly, my Wisdom Path future seems to have become brighter. With the current situation, strength path and time path are more helpful to me. But in terms of prospects, wisdom path's prospects are far greater than strength path and time path. These immortal goo that he obtained were all arranged by him. Large numbers of Mo Yao's fake will were created by Fan Yuan and used as consumables to temporarily seal these immortal goo. As long as the will was not asleep and was thinking, it would expend a lot of energy. Back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will relied on happy will immortal goo to strengthen itself. The more it expended, the more it replenished. Even though Fan Yuan did not have happy will immortal goo now, he had other methods. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. Creating Mo Yao's fake will was easy for him. But this required countless mortal goo of different types. Fan Yuan had to spend some time to prepare them. And not long ago in Falling Heavenly River, things happened suddenly. Fan Yuan was pressed for time. He could not create Mo Yao's will. Thinking about it, Fan Yuan felt that his gains were unimaginable. The opportunity to steal other people's immortal goo was extremely rare. Because under normal circumstances, immortal goo could self-destruct with just a thought. Fan Yuan took advantage of immortal zombie Bo Qing's slumber. And in history, only thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to steal the immortal goo of a goo immortal when they were awake. The prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable is so amazing. What true meaning does the next few lines of the poem contain? Fan Yuan thought of the reason for this huge gain. He was both doubtful and expectant. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river roars. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy. Where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift. Only providence is boundless. Fan Yuan knew the true meaning of the first two lines, but what did the last three lines prophesy? This was too vague. Fan Yuan could not make any guesses at the moment. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.